Assemble everybody. Assemble everybody. Welcome, welcome. Everyone get in here. Is everyone ready for the stream? How is everyone doing? Welcome, welcome. I hope you are doing great. Hope everyone is doing good. Hope you had a good day if your day is already over, or you're gonna have a good day if your day has just started. Wherever you are, welcome to the stream. We have some very, very cool stuff planned for today. Some of you have already seen it in the title, of course, as you always do. But there's a couple of cool things today. Today is going to be very wholesome, I think. It's going to be a very chill stream. You're going to make my day good. Oh, I try my best. Thank you. Today is not tier list Thursday because it is, first of all, we're not going to do tier lists today, and it's also not Thursday. So we are going to play some Edison format today, as well as getting a nice announcement out there on something that I've been working on for the last couple weeks together with SmartGuard. So that's something we're going to talk about. And of course, I know that not everyone is into Edison format, which is why, as always, it's going to be completely fine if you ask me current format related questions in the meantime. I just want to preface that, you know. But yeah, that is one thing I do want to do more often because I personally am very passionate about other formats as well. And it's a lot of fun. So even if you're not into it quite yet, maybe I can hook some of you into Edison format because it's very fun. It's also a very cheap way to play the game, so you don't have to worry about that. Have you looked at the new Vanquish Soul cards yet? We have, yeah, we have. If you want to see my initial reaction to the cards, I believe we live reacted to them on Monday, it was. So the VOD of that is on the VOD channel up on YouTube, or you can also check it on Twitch. I'm pretty sure it's already up on YouTube. I think they're like up on YouTube with like 1 day delay or something, but yeah. Can I get a hi? Hey, hi Manolo. There you go. There are some dino cards I have seen. Even though today is Edison stream, we will still look at, you know, the new dino support and whatnot. But right off the bat, I'm gonna say this multiple times throughout the stream today, probably. But before we even do the warm up, because the command is already in the stream title, I want to quickly get an announcement out there that we are going to repeat a couple times today, probably because I want this to turn out as awesome as possible. But just right off the bat, let me quickly tell you about something that I have been planning in collaboration with SmartGuard, and that is an IRL Edison tournament in Karlsruhe, Germany, next month, April 22nd. And if you're not from Germany, if this is not close for you, don't worry. The action is also going to be on my channel. This will be on my channel as well. And if you can't join, you know, if you can't be there in person, you can you can at least watch the stream. So this is a collaboration between SmartGuard and myself. And we were thinking, you know, do we do this? Is it just going to be a regular format tournament, or will it be Edison format? And they said, and I said the same thing. Let's try Edison, because Edison has been really popular recently. People like it. I love it personally. So I think it will be. I think it'll be very fun. There is about it. We are expecting about 200 players, and it's going to be hype. Whether I will be playing or commentating is not quite decided yet. There's like different concepts. Actually, we can decide that together. It's still up for debate whether there's multiple options that they said we can do. The first one is very simple. I commentate the tournament, which is also fine by me. I can do that. The other option is I can play in the tournament and we find someone else to commentate. And just do a regular, you know, a regular good old tournament stream. Or The third option, which I'm not sure if it's cool or not, but it's also an option, is that I play in the event and I'm basically the set feature match table. You know what I mean? Like if I always sit at the feature, it's always my game that's being featured. I don't know if that's cooler or not. I don't know. They said that we can do that. That was their initial idea, right? Which I don't know. But I personally think that it's going to be hype either way, no matter what we do. They also managed to get a PS5 as the prize for the first place, which I think is solid for you know. It's basically the end. Everything about this event. Everything about this event is a huge throwback. You know, like it's an old format. It's one of those like back in the day. I don't know if any of you even remember this, but back in the day before we even had regionals, when regionals didn't exist, it would always be these type of like unofficial tournaments where you would go and you could win a console, right? That was the standard back then, like Xboxes or PS3s or whatever. You know, back in my day, that was the type of tournaments we would go to like every other week. So it's basically one of those. And if you are into Edison format, and you are from Germany, check out the link !Edison and get yourself a ticket. I think it's going to be hype. I will be there. It'll be streamed on my channel, and there's that. They also said that we can do a thing where I can give away some tickets to my viewers, so some people can get free entry. I'm gonna look into how exactly we're gonna do that. Like maybe we're gonna do an Edison stream in the future where I'm gonna play against viewers, and if you win, you get a ticket for free or something like that. We can do something like that as well. But for now, I just wanted to announce the tournament on the stream first. I'm also gonna announce it on my socials at some point, probably today or tomorrow. But I'm very hyped for this, and I really hope that we can fill the venue which has room for up to 200 players. They said judging from recent interest in Edison format, they think it's going to be no problem. We can fill it up, especially if I if I advertise it. And I think it's going to be nice. I hope it will be sick. And as many of you that are interested in Edison format will join. Yeah. Now, I thought this was a great opportunity. Now that this is set in stone, this is definitely going to happen. I felt like this was a good idea to do a little bit of Edison gaming today. I know that usually my Edison streams are not quite as popular as my regular streams, but it is something that I'm very passionate about. So I figured I still wanted to do it sometimes. You know, not all the time. It's not my main form of content, but since it is something that I enjoy a lot, I'm still gonna try and do it. And even if you don't know what Edison is yet, or if you are currently not playing it, maybe today's stream can change your mind. You know, I am not sponsored by Raid and Trade. No, I'm working together with SmartGuard. It's just Raid and Trade is also helping in hosting the event. Okay. That was the announcement out of the way. I'll probably repeat it at some point throughout the stream. I'll probably do that. But that's that. Let's do the warm-up, and then let's get into, you know, the regular streaming stuff. Hey. All right. I don't know what Edison is. I'll tell you about it. Don't worry. Don't worry. This looks like Didi. Yeah. Can I get a high for La Loja in Paraguay? Yeah, you can. There you go. This is a Demise, but I don't know which one. Demise Supreme King? Nope. Demise just King of Armageddon? Yep. Ooh, is this Siegfried? This might be Siegfried. Nope. Leituan, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Wait, this is Silent Honor Arc. Oh, the C one. Okay. D. But what D? Is this D time? It's not D time. No, it's not D time. I don't want to zoom further because I think some of you know it. Deformation. Yep. Nice. Okay, this is in Earth's Arctic. I know that it's in Earth's Arctic, but there's probably a lot. Oh god, there's so many. I guessed the wrong one. I'm not gonna try more. Mictanus. This is Scrapyard. This is Baguska. Yep. That was a jump scare. I know that one. I've seen that one before. Way too often. XYZ Extreme. The hell is... What? There's a second image. What is that? Murdoch, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. This is a worm. I think Cartaros. Yep. This is something with Ra, but it's not sphere mode. It's some Ra support, but it's not Ra and it's not sphere mode. And that's, but those are the only two I know. Ancient Chant. You are correct. This is like this thing? Yeah. I don't know why I knew that, but I just did. Yo, Gio, thank you for the 4 months. And Tamako, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the early hype train. I appreciate you. This is Burai. Again, thank you for the support. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream and are willing to support it. Appreciate that. This, I do not know. Wait, I did know that. Oh, God, that was dumb. Okay. I knew that. This is, I think, a pendulum. Yeah, this is a pendulum. Which one is that? It's only 2 point Noble Dragon. I knew that. I've seen this. I've seen this before, but I have no idea. Fortress Warrior? Massive Warrior? Fortress Warrior. Yep. Is this Trouble Sunny? No. It is something. It is a twin card though, is it not? Night Ride? That does not exist. Night Flight? Night Flight. What the hell? Is that not a twin card? This is Performapal Odd Eye Synchron. Yeah. And here we have... I don't know. It's a psychic support card because I think this is Mind Master, but it's not Mind Master, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Psychic Path. This I think is the TG Accelerator. It's like Accelerator. No, Morphtronic Accelerator. Oh. Okay. It is a TG. Oh, I knew it, but I couldn't remember the name. Unfortunate turn of events. This is World Legacy support. Secrets. World Legacy. That does not exist. Corruption? That also doesn't exist. Okay, I'm skipping. You all also don't know. Oh, World Legacy's secret, unfortunate. That's another card of that same lore that I also don't know. Why can't that just give me Harp Horror? This is one of the Jins. I think Musa Rhythm. Musa Rhythm. Yeah. And here we have, I want to say it's a reptilian. No, it's Loki. Okay. Same thing, eh? Same thing, really. Nitpicking. Dark World Dealings. What do we have here? No idea. This looks familiar. Does it? Is it Dark Voltanis? Yeah, that is familiar. Yeah, I know that. Is that an Infinitrack? Rhino Saber. Rhino Saber. This thing? No. Oh, Rhino with a Y. Some of them are just like spelled so weirdly that I have no chance. This is the Carrot Heavyweight Champion or whatever. Yeah. That card was very good in Duel Links once. For like a little while. This is shifting, bottomless shifting sand. Yeah. This is Fire Fist, but I think that's a peacock. Yeah. This is Prophecy. The Prophecy XYZ. It's a bad card, but Hierophant of Prophecy. Okay, yeah. That is the XYZ, right? I was right about that. That was like, it's like rank 7 or something, never seen play. But still got an ultra rare. I think that's the one. Okay. Oh, nah, we had that. Didn't we have that exact thing? Isn't that Hept? Yeah, we had that yesterday. This... I think we had that too, but I don't remember what it was. Deus Ex Crawler. Some of these I've seen for sure. Like, I've seen this thing 100%. Salvage Warrior. Ooh, is that grass? It's not grass. It's not grass. It's some... Enlightenment? Yeah. Victoria. That's Necrogardna, is it not? Yeah. I do not know. Red Sprinter. That is the Sun Avalon. Sun Avalon. But they're okay. Dryanome. Nope. Dryad S? Yep, Dryad S. Okay. They do look almost the same, to be fair. This is some cyber support. Yeah. Backup secretary. Yeah. Getting Stardust vibes. Malefic Stardust, I want to say. Yeah. Malefic Stardust indeed. And this... No idea. Dragonoid generator. Never seen before. What is that? Does anyone know, chat? Any helpers? I don't know this one. Heraldic Beast. Goddamn. This I think is Tua Latin. Yep. It's like... Oh, it's something magnet. This thing? It's Morphtronic magnet, maybe? Morphtronic Magnin. Magnin bar? Nope. Okay, we've killed the game again. Bug! Reddit! Reddit, why game bug? Why game bug? Dead run. We don't... Okay, the good thing is that... Okay, now it continues randomly. Like, we just lost 30 seconds. Hey, that would have been an easy world record, and now it's just, like, not. So this is, I want to say... Hiding... No, Shining Black Sea. Is it not? Shiny Black Sea? Yeah. This, I think, is Prophecy Destroyer. No? Oh, it's Scarm. I never noticed Scarm had such long fingernails. Is this Numeron Network? I've never looked at it that close because I usually just die before I can click on the card. It's an Infernoid, but I don't know which one. This one I have seen. Yeah. This is Extranet. Primus Pilus. Okay. Now, with that roughly 30 seconds that we got stolen because of the lag. If I'm doing the slight calculations in my head, we have 571 normally, and then the 30 seconds would have been easily. Let me just quickly do like the calculations in my head. The extra 30 seconds would have roughly equaled like 500 more points. So it would have been 1,000, like roughly, just like estimate. So this round was roughly like estimate the rough estimate for this round. The rough estimate for this round is about like 1,000 points, which is pretty good. That's a pretty good round, if I may say so myself. That's a pretty pog. That's a pretty pog round. Yeah. That sounds about right. That does sound about right. All right. Anyways, we either accept that would have been a 1,000-point round, or we don't talk about it. The two options for today, chat. All right. With that warm up done, how is everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Any exciting news in the Yu-Gi-Oh world that we need to talk about? New cards? We will look at the new cards. Don't worry. Don't worry. We do look at the new cards sooner rather than later. Don't worry. When will you be playing Labyrinth? Probably next week. Probably next week. Have you watched any of those X-Play reviews of Yu-Gi-Oh? I don't know what that is. No, I haven't seen that. I'm in bed with the fever, so no local today. Oh, get well soon. Get well soon. News. I decided to give Gold Pride another try. That is indeed big news. The bot starts working. What am I going to do? I mean, you still are faster than the bot, so it's still worth something, eh? Could you test out Rika today? I don't plan to. Not today, no. I also don't really know if I want to test Rika. Like, I might test Rika on Master Duel at some point. I might test out Rika on Master Duel, but in the TCG, I don't feel like it's that great. It's not bad, don't get me wrong, but... Going to my first WCQ on the 25th in Cologne. Nice, I'll be there too. Oh, I haven't gotten a ticket yet. The ticket sale started today, I think. Or it was supposed to start today. I think it did. Yeah, I'm going to the Silver Cards one. Let me quickly snag a ticket in the back of Bob. Let me quickly get a ticket. Hold on, let me get that ticket before you make me laugh. Xion, thank you for the 9 months. I appreciate that so much. It's the last practice before London. That's what I was thinking too. That's why I'm going. I don't really... I mean, I do like playing, of course. I do want to play, but like I technically don't need the points, but I do want to get the practice in before London as well. And since Cologne Regionals is usually relatively big, I do think it's going to be worth going there. All right. I have snagged the ticket. I know it's not out before some time, but do you have any thoughts on Manadome? I do have thoughts on it, but it's kind of weird because when I read it for the first time, I felt like it was going to be very good. But then again, it's been released in the OCG and it's just not really doing anything, which confuses me a little bit. Maybe it's just because it suffers from Maxi way more than others. But I felt like it sounded really good when I read it for the first time, but we'll see when it comes out, I guess. Wasn't the last Cologne regional you attended before Utrecht? Yeah, it was. The OCG is very different. The OCG is very different, to be fair. Yes, that is true. The OCG is different from the TCG in a good amount, like a good amount different. So like it is not comparable in every single thing. Yeah, okay. All right. Anyways, before we do anything else, there have once again been new cards revealed. We've already looked at the terminal offering yesterday, but I think at some point yesterday they did release new dinosaur support in... I don't even know what Dune is. I think it's Duelist Nexus or something. Like, where's this? When is this releasing? I have no idea. The OCG has like so many random releases, I feel like, that I'm always losing track. Is it a main set? Oh, it is. Okay, it's not a random set then. It's not a random release, it's just the next main set. Okay, I didn't know. Okay, so it is the new the next main set. And it seems like they've given the Rex Raptor cards an archetype, at least from the looks of it. We get the first couple of dinosaur support in Wild Survivors, and this is also, there's more dino support in the main set. So let's see if this also has something to do with that other stuff. Because what might be worth noting is like this and this is also based on vanillas, right? It is based on vanillas, so which the other ones were too. So maybe they have something to do with each other, but I'm not sure. So King Rex, the twin-headed dragon, which is based, of course, on the vanilla twin-headed King Rex or whatever it's called, has the same stats but is a level 6 monster. You can only special summon with the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can only use this card's name's second effect once per turn. If you control no monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. Okay. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can target a monster on the field with attack lower than the total attack of all dinosaur monsters you control. Destroy it. Interesting. Doesn't seem that great, but not a terrible card. Because, like, I mean, if you go second, this card would have unironically been, like, okay against Sprite, you know, because you can just, like, summon it, pop the elf or something. I don't know. Isn't it just worse Pank? Well, it is kind of worse than Pank when you go second, but it is better than Pank when you go first, right? The issue, of course, going second here is that this card only has 1600 attack. And the only easy way to special summon it is while you control no other monsters. So the total attack of all your dinosaurs is always only going to be 1600. One thing that is worth noting though is that it does have some synergy with Lost World, right? Because with Lost World, this can destroy something with an attack up to 2100. Right? Or under 2100, because Lost World will make your opponent's monsters be smaller. Right? It'll make your opponent's monsters smaller, so if you start with Lost World and then you special this, you can pop something with 2k or lower, which is like not bad. Or you can try and pop the token. That's true, but like in order for them to have the token, you need to summon first, which means you can't special this anymore, so it's kind of awkward, right? Of course, like, the effect is kind of awkward, but it's not a terrible card, but it's also not, like, amazing or anything. It's not, like, insane. King Rex, the Dragon King, 3200 attack, level 9 Earth Dinosaur Effect monster. When this attacking card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can make this card gain a second attack during the battle phase. Once per turn, except the turn this card was summoned, you can target up to 2 monsters your opponent controls. Destroy them. Except the turn this card was summoned? Huh? This card is so bad. That card is so bad. Like, okay, if the second part was a quick effect, then like maybe. Right? If the second part was a quick effect, then maybe. But it's not even a quick effect. You have to protect this card for an entire turn to destroy 2 monsters? And then the first effect is not even that good. Like, bro, Tyranno Literally, like, compare this card to Ultimate Conductor Tyranno. Ultimate Conductor Tyranno attacks every monster, not just twice. It can send defense position monsters to the grave to inflict damage as well. And it has a quick effect that you can use on every turn. It's just, like, the card, the Dino card that came out, like, what, 6 years ago? Is strictly better than this support card from 2023. This card is just awful. And UCT you can summon from your hand as a special summon. This thing you can't. And it's smaller. This card is complete ass. This card is completely terrible. This card is not even worth printing, dude. Okay. Granosaurus the Magic Head Cannon. Rank 4 Fire Dinosaur XYZ. Material 2 level 4 monsters. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. When your dinosaur monster destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you can detach a material from this card, inflict 1,000 damage to your opponent, then this card gains 1,000 attack. If this XYZ summon card is destroyed, you can target a card on the field, destroy it, and if you do, inflict 1,000 damage to your opponent. This card, I think, okay, at first glance, it doesn't seem that great. On second thought, I think there is some stuff that this has going for it. Because the one distinct thing is that the first effect is not once per turn. So what this card can do, if you have like Ultimate Conductor Tyranno and you have a 1 rank 4 that you can make this, and then Tyranno attacks, destroys a monster by battle. This thing inflicts 1,000 damage and gains 1,000 attack. So it's got 3,200 attack now and has already inflicted 1,000 damage. And then Tyranno attacks another monster, destroys it by battle. This thing uses its effect again, so it does 1,000 damage again and goes up to 42. So this card alone is like 6,200 damage if you can attack over 2 other monsters. Right? Which, as an option in your extra deck, something that can do up to 6,200 damage? Maybe. Dugares plus UCT has the same function? Kind of. Kind of, but like, this also works if you attack over defense position monsters, for example. But I think as an option, maybe it's worth considering. It's not insane though. Like Pentastack could be better, or Dugares could be better, but sometimes this could also be better because it also has this second effect, right? Where if it's destroyed, you can target a card on the field, destroy it. Like for example, if you go for an OTK with Tyranno plus this, and then it doesn't work, you can still pop this with Tyranno to book everything and then pop another card on the field, right? You can like leave this on the field with Tyranno and then pop it to book and destroy a card. Like that's not terrible. And it can potentially deal damage in time as well. So like I think this card isn't as bad as you made it out to be just now. I don't think it's terrible. It's not like insane. It's not gonna break dinosaurs, like, but I think as an option, because you don't have to put it into your main deck, it's not gonna break your hands, right? It's just sitting in your extra deck. And like dinosaurs, let's be honest, dinosaurs have the space, I think. I think they have the space for it, probably. Like, Dinosaurs has always been, like, a deck that could use cards like Prosperity, Extravagance, because the extra deck isn't that important, because you, like, make, you know... Conductor Tyranno is your main source, and then you need, like, a couple options. I think this is okay. I really think this card is okay. Jurassic Power. You can only use the third effect of this card's name once per turn. Dinosaur monsters you control gain 300 attack. You can normal summon level 5 or higher dinosaur monsters without tributing. You can send a dinosaur monster from your hand or face-up field to the graveyard. Add a dinosaur monster with 1,200 defense from your deck to your hand. Cards it searches. Okay, that's perfect that they included that. Crawling Dragon number 2. Vanilla. Garbage. Dogoran the Mad Flame Kaiju. Good option. Doodle Beast Tyranno also was not a bad card if I remember correctly. Elemensaurus is pretty bad. Giant Rex is played. I don't know if you want to search it though. Hyper Hammerhead is not very good. Jurak Monoloth, Jurak Protops, Mad Sword Beast, Re-X, Samurai Cavalry of Reptir, Two-Headed King Rex. I'm pretty sure it also searches these two that they didn't include. Yeah, it searches this thing and this thing. This thing is garbage, of course. I think that's okay. I mean, the combination of all of it is like, okay, it seems like a flexible searcher. The problem is the cost seems very annoying on this one because what dinosaur do you want in the graveyard? The only one is Misk. And that one you would rather discard for its own effect most of the time. So it's really just a -1, you know, Rhoda, which I'm not a huge fan of. If it would destroy, it'd be insane. Yeah, we don't have to talk about that. If it would pop the card in your hand, if this was like a dinosaur version of Dragonic Diagram, bruh, that'd be insane. Like that would be completely nuts if it was a diagram, but it's not. So whatever you search, whatever you discard doesn't probably give you any value. At least I don't. Which I think is weird, honestly. Now that I think about it, I feel like dinosaur would be the perfect deck lore-wise to have graveyard effects. Why does it not have that many graveyard effects? That's weird to me. I just felt like that was weird. But okay. Moving on. Transcendental Evolution Pill Beta. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. Tribute 2 monsters from your hand and or field, including at least a dinosaur monster. You cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck for the rest of this turn after this card resolves, except Dragon, Dinosaur, Sea Serpent, and Worm monsters. Also special summon 1 level 5 or higher dinosaur monster from your deck or extra deck with attack higher than the tributed monster's total attack. Now name a reason why I should play this instead of the other pill that's already out there. I don't think there's a reason to play this over the other. It summons from the extra deck, but I mean, like, name the target that I want. Like, Rexstrom, I'm not going to tribute 3 cards to summon Rexstrom, dude. You can just summon Rexstrom with 1 Frenzy. I'm not trying to tribute 3 monsters to have a Rexstrom. And even then, Rexstrom isn't even that good in a deck that isn't Dynamorbia because you have way too high life points. Are they both once per turn? Maybe you can play one of each. They are once per turn, but honestly, I think this card seems too bad to play. Do we know this is the correct translation? I mean, I don't know, I guess. I think YG Organization has been pretty trustable in terms of their translations. I also don't think it can be it's 2 tributes, not 3. No, but like you have to also invest the card. So you're spending 3 cards total. You're spending the spell card and you're tributing 2 monsters. So this is 3 cards you're investing to get 1 like Rexstrom. You could just play a Frenzy in your deck. You could just play a Frenzy in your deck, and that's a 1-card Rexstrom. Of course, that requires some other cards in the deck as well, but that's better. Like, if you really want to summon Rexstrom, you can go about it that way. But this is weird. A lot of this support is just weird. Like, I mean, out of these, 5 cards, I only think 2 of them are even worth considering. Maybe 3 if you consider the spell. I think the extra deck monster is probably the best one, even though it doesn't even look that good. But like, this one is a reasonable option in your dinosaur extra deck. But everything else just feels slightly mediocre. I mean, this one feels bad, and this one is horrible. This one is okay-ish. I can see this being a one-of option as like a target for Fossil Dig. Huh. It's made for Duel Links? Is it? Yeah, maybe. Unlimited Misk? You see, I don't even know if I want Misk to be unlimited, because Misk is such an uninteractive card. I wish they would just give dinosaurs better support that would make it not necessary to give them 3 Misks, right? I play Duel Links, these cards would suck there too. Yeah, I mean, in Duel Links, tributing 2 monsters, dude, you're down. You start with 4 cards, dude. What the hell? You have like 1 dinosaur left. That's it. Rex feels infinitely worse once you remember Pancratops exists. I mean, the thing is, you could still play both, right? There's nothing that prevents you from playing both. If this card in a vacuum is okay, I think it's fine to play this as well, because like you can at least use it going first. The last spell can summon Protoss from the deck for OCG and Master Duel. Is Protoss a dinosaur? No, it's not. It's a worm, dude. Otherwise, you couldn't search it with Emergence. It's not a dinosaur. It can't summon Protoss. And even if it could, it wouldn't even be that strong. Like spending 3 cards to summon Protoss would make it half as good. Normal summon Mogi, reveal a dinosaur. Nah. This is half-ass support. This is sad almost. Overall, this is almost sad, because this ain't gonna help dinos at all. Like, some of those cards might end up in a dinosaur deck, but it's not gonna help it that much, I think. Which is a shame, because the artwork on some of these is really cool. Like, especially this thing looks hella dope. This thing is just Garchomp with 2 heads and a terrible effect. And this one is literally just like 2-headed King Regs. But yeah. Kind of disappointing support, honestly. Kind of disappointing support, if I have to be honest. Is there anything else here? Nothing new. Nothing new. All right. EMAC Life, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. So, with that, I guess this is all the news in the Yu-Gi-Oh world that we have to talk about. So, let us hop into today's topics. There are a couple, but most importantly, we are going to play some Edison today. Because, and I'm going to repeat it now once again. Sorry to bore the ones that have been here earlier, but not everyone was here when I started streaming and I did the early announcement, because I will be hosting, or together with SmartGuard, we will be hosting my first IRL tournament next month, which is something that I have been wanting to do for a long time. Not only online, but also offline tournaments, which I also am working on doing some online tournaments for you all. This first one is going to be an offline IRL event. So if you can't join because it's too far for you, that is no problem, because you can watch it on my channel, of course. It'll be in Karlsruhe, Germany, which is very central in Germany. So if you are from Germany, I feel like you can check it out. It's like slightly south, but you know, it's like, I feel like a lot of people are close to it. It'll be in Edison format. Which is why I will be using this stream today to teach you guys a little bit about Edison format, because it is an alternative format to modern Yu-Gi-Oh, which is getting very, very popular recently. And some of you might not be familiar with it because some of you only play like modern TCG or Master Duel. And I think it's a shame because there's a lot of great alternative Yu-Gi-Oh formats that that you can play, and Edison is one of them. Now, we also are planning to do other tournaments in the future that are not Edison format. It is just something that I'm very passionate about, and they really wanted to try and see if they could, fill the venue with Edison format. So that's why we're doing this as the first tournament. Edison is, to be quite to just tell everyone about it. Edison is 2010 Yu-Gi-Oh, which is a much slower version of Yu-Gi-Oh, but still has a little bit of combo going for it. I feel like that's why it is so popular these days, is because it is old Yu-Gi-Oh. It has that nostalgic factor, but it is not slow, it's slow compared to today's Yu-Gi-Oh, but overall it's still like I think it's still refreshing, it's still exciting, it still has some tempo and some combos to it. That's one of the issues I personally have sometimes when I'm playing GOAT control, is like the games feel very, very slow, but in Edison that's not always the case. So yeah, which exact ban list from 2010 does it follow? And here I'm going to redirect you to edisonformat.com, which is something that you can check out. They are a great resource for everything Edison format related, where you can find everything. I believe that the ban list that we use is March 2010. Yeah, March 2010 is the Edison format ban list. And the good thing, which I know is going to be very cool for a lot of you, is that in Edison format, there is really a shit ton of decks that you can play. There are so many viable decks. It's great. Like, back in the day, let me show you one thing. Historic deck lists over here. There's only one singular tournament from Edison format, which is why it's called Edison format. Ro Goku, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. And that was a Shonen Jump championship in Edison, which is why it's called Edison format. Shonen Jump is basically the equivalent to a YCS back then. At some point, back in my days, YCSs were called Shonen Jump Championship Series. It's basically the same thing, right? It's basically the same thing. And back in the day, the deck that won that tournament is Quick Draw Synchron. The deck that won that tournament is Quick Draw Synchron by Jeff Jones. But there was a ton of other decks in the top 16. You can see, like, there's Gadgets, Cat Synchro, Gladiator Beasts, Lightsworns, Flamwells, Gravekeepers, more Lightsworns, Blackwings, Machinas, Twilight Sworn. There's so many different decks. And the coolest thing about Edison is that there are a lot of decks that have popped up after the format has become popular again. Like, they were not played back in the day, but they are being played now. Like, people are rediscovering a lot of decks that were nowhere to be found back then. Like, Diva Heroes is a very, very popular deck now. There is Vayu Turbo, which is super popular. There's versions of, like, Zombies, Teledad, all kinds of stuff. I guess, quickly, I know a lot of you are already familiar with that, but just so that everyone can follow the stream today, let me just quickly introduce you to Edison. I know we've done this before because I've streamed Edison before, but I really think it's a good idea to go over this together just to remind ourselves what format we're talking here, because I really want to make sure that everyone gets what we're doing today. Why is it called Edison? Once again, Shonen Jump Series Edison was the only tournament, Make it a video? I might make it a video. I might make it a video together with the announcement of my Edison tournament. I might do that. Yeah, I might do that. The most notable, I mean, banned. There's a lot of stuff banned. You can look at the stuff here. Like this is after like Monster Reborn, Change of Heart, Dark Hole, all that kind of stuff is banned. The most important legal cards, limited. Limited, I feel like, is the most important section. Limited, I think, is the most important section because that's the most relevant for most of the decks. Gale is limited for Blackwings. I think that's the only Blackwing stuff that's limited. There's like Black Whirlwind is semi-limited already. Yeah, but Blackwing is pretty strong. We have one Dark Armed Dragon. We have one Chaos Sorcerer. We have one Card Trooper, which is a staple in a lot of decks. We have one Stratos, which is very important. A lot of decks play that Stratos. Exodia is limited, of course. Bestiari is limited. Gorse is limited, which is a very important card in Edison format. For Lightsworn, there's a lot of hits on the ban list for Lightsworn because Lightsworn was, if you guys remember, a very, very popular deck in the years leading up to 2010, like 2008 and 2009. Lightsworn dominated together with Dark Armed Dragon. So Lumina is limited, Necrogartner is limited, Charge of the Light Brigade is limited, as well as semi-limiting Honest and Judgment Dragon. And I guess Plague Spreader kind of counts, but a lot of stuff from the Lightsworn decks is limited. Mizuki is limited for zombies, as well as Spirit Reaper. What else is important? One Cat and one Summoner Monk. Means that Cat Synchro is not that popular. Or, I mean, it's kind of popular, but not that popular because you only have one Cat, one Monk. We have one Allure, one Brain Control, which is pre-errata. So Brain Control is a very relevant card in the format. One Burial of the Different Dimension, which is also very good in some decks. Only one Destiny Draw, only one Teleport due to Teledad. One Foolish, one Future Fusion, dude. Future Fusion pre-errata. Future Fusion pre-errata is a hell of a strong card because it sends the fusion material immediately, in case you didn't know. In case you are not a boomer, Future Fusion, back in the day, you show a fusion monster from your extra deck, and you get to send all of the fusion materials from your deck immediately. So it's basically just Foolish Burial on crack. And then 2 turns later, you still get the fusion monster. The decks that use this is mostly hero decks, because you get to show Absolute Zero, and then you send Malicious and any other water monster, so that's pretty good. Or you use this in dragons, where you can send like Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragons, pre-errata, and Red Eyes Wyverns and stuff like that to show 5 God Dragon. We have one Giant Trunade, one Cold Wave, and one Heavy Storm, which are the back row, blowout cards for the format. Mind Control is pretty strong if you compare it with tuners. We have the one MST, which is almost a staple due to some cards in the format and just it being a slow format as well. Like you back row removal is solid, except for against certain decks. One Rhoda, one Call, which only some decks play. For trap cards, the most relevant ones are, I would say, one Mirror Force, one Torrential, which is like the good old Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing around the one Mirror Force, playing around the one Torrential. One Trap Dash Shoot, which is busted. One Solemn Judgment, which a lot of decks play. As well as one Black Rose, one Bryanak, one Goyo. The most powerful, some of the most powerful synchros in the early days. So, Semi-Limited also has a lot of relevant cards for this format. There's only 2 Cyber Dragons, which Cyber Dragon was mainly used in this format. You can use it for like Synchro plays or Monarch plays, but most of the time people use it as a side deck card against machine decks because you can fuse into Chimera Tech Fortress Dragon, and that was hella busted. Dandelion is at 2. Malicious is at 2, where it belongs. Goblin Zombie's already at 2. Like I said, 2 Honest, 2 JD, 2 Lone Fire Blossom, only 2 Treeborn Frogs, only 2 Black Whirlwinds, 2 Gold Sarcophagus, which, let me tell you, Edison Format, and this is a beautiful sentence, think about this. Edison Format is slow enough where you can play Gold Sarcophagus for a card that you want in 2 turns. You don't have to banish something that you need immediately to have an effect. You can just banish something that you want in 2 turns. Exactly. Craigasm. Yeah. You use Gold Sarcophagus in this format sometimes for the actual effect. Decks that use it, of course, you still don't want to wait 2 turns, so you don't really try to use the card. Like, if your deck doesn't need it, you don't use it. But there's decks that have very important cards that you need to win the game, so you play Gold Sarcophagus. Examples of this is like Judgment Dragon and Lightsworn. They play Gold Sarcophagus a decent amount of time. Another example is the Dark Armed Dragon, which is limited for some decks. Future Fusion in Dragons. Some decks use Gold Sarcophagus for exactly that. And then you can also sometimes fetch like a Heavy Storm against a back row deck or something like that. Bottomless Trap Hole at 2. Very important back row. A lot of decks play it. Royal Oppression. Troll Despair card. Troll Despair card. But I will say one thing. In Edison format, I think it's not that bad. The problem of Royal Oppression is not that bad because it's not that easy to make a huge board and back it up with Oppression in Edison. So it's only really the decks that end up using the card is only really stun decks or Vayu Turbo, because Vayu Turbo has synergy with the card where Vayu in the graveyard summons a synchro monster from your extra deck, but it's not a cost to banish it. So even if they pay 800, you can just do it again. So like there's no point. You cannot prevent Vayu from summoning with Oppression, and that's why like the Vayu Turbo decks are kind of like, you know, I'm just gonna flip Oppression, summon a Beat Stick, and try to win from there. But honestly, most decks have enough outs to Royal Oppression where it's only a problem like sometimes, which it's still sometimes is a problem. It's still a floodgate that can be annoying, but only sometimes, because like most decks have Heavy Storm, Mystical Space Typhoon. You can side into more back row hate. Raiko is one of the most important cards in the format. I'm going to talk about some of the important 3-ofs as well. And Raiko is the perfect out to Royal Oppression. Caius exists. Lila exists. A lot of stuff. Skill Drain is also at 2, even though there's not that many decks that play Skill Drain. Like back in the day, actually, you know, Skill Drain for a long time wasn't actually considered like a staple in a lot of decks. There is some dedicated Skill Drain decks, but for the most part, Skill Drain isn't that good in most decks. Ultimate Offering doesn't see that much play. Some of the most important unlimited cards in Edison include, I want to say, Caius, Raiko, paired with Super Nimble Mega Hamster, and Pot of Avarice. I think those are like the top 4 or 5. What's another very important 3-off chat in Edison that's worth mentioning besides those 4? Like top 5 most popular 3-offs, like most popular unlimited cards in Edison. Maybe like Deep Prison is worth mentioning. Maybe Diva is worth mentioning. Book of Moon is a popular card. Those are like the most important cards in Edison format is like Raiko, Caius, maybe Hamster, maybe, yeah. There's a lot of good cards that are worth playing around, like the Deep Prison, yeah. A lot of stuff. And that's the format, basically. That is the format. Solemns, there are no Solemns in the format except for the one Solemn Judgment. Solomon Warning does not exist yet. Solemn Strike does not exist yet. There's no Solemn except for one Judgment. The one Judgment is relevant. Not relevant to Edison. Did you see the Ultimate Offering retrain? I did see it. We talked about it yesterday. I don't think it's very good, though. Yeah. And that's Edison. That's Edison, and even just from like, even if we're just looking at like this page over here, like look at the right side, how many decks there are. And the thing is, some of these decks are kind of memey. Some of these decks are a meme, but a lot of this is viable, I would say. A lot of this stuff over here is viable. Like, Black Wings is a viable deck. Cat, I would argue, is not the best, but it's a viable deck. Diva Heroes is good. Dragons is good. Fairies is good. Fish is a meme, I think. Frogs are a good deck, which is also why it's like a very based format. Glad Beasts are a solid deck. Heroes are a solid deck. Lightsworn is okay. Machinas are good. Monarchs are good. Quick Draw is decent. There's solid stun decks. Twilight is okay. Vayu Turbo is good. Volcanics, I think, is an okay deck. And Zombies is a good deck. So, there's like a lot of viable stuff. You think Glad is good? I think so. I like Glad. I have Glad built. I have Glad's built, and I like to play it every once in a while. It's like a heavy back row deck, but it's like, okay. I think it's good. Xsaber exists. Xsaber exists in Edison, but it's like, it doesn't have Dark Soul yet. It doesn't have Dark Soul yet, and that's kind of a bummer, right? But it has Emmer's Blade, Airbellum, Cat. So you can play Xsaber, but it's not that good. Can we see the 6 Sam list? 6 Sam, it's funny because 6 Sam actually has triple gateway in Edison, but it's still not very good because there's no Kizan yet. There's no Kizan yet, so you can't really do anything with the gateways. You can't really do anything with the gateways except for like getting a couple pluses over a couple of turns. But the beauty of Edison really is that I think, and I genuinely think so, is that almost every deck here has a chance of competing if you are a capable player in the format. Like, even though the format is very diverse, you guys know that I've talked about like diversity in formats in a bad manner at some point in the past, where I've said things like, I don't like when there's too many different decks because then you don't know what to prepare for. The reality is that didn't used to be a problem. At some point in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, that actually wasn't a bad thing, because the game of Yu-Gi-Oh is still, you know, it didn't really matter what you played against. It was just like, is your own deck good? And then you can beat everyone else if you just, like, I don't know, make a solid deck and play it well. It doesn't really matter that there's a lot of decks in Edison because you have time. The game is slower a little bit, so you have time to adjust your game plan to whatever you face, and most decks can do that. Was Soul Charge legal? No, Soul Charge does not exist. Not yet. This is before, I think, Edison format. Maybe that's also a reason why a lot of people like to go back to this format specifically, because Edison format was exactly the year before we got like some decks that are, I think, today looked back on as like the first super broken combo decks. So, what was I got to say? No, the first in 2011 and 2012, there's a couple of really broken combo decks that I think have changed how people look at Yu-Gi-Oh forever. Not necessarily in a bad way, but it's like, if you look at Infernity, if you look at Wind-Ups, even if you look at X-Sabers, those decks really changed the way you looked at Yu-Gi-Oh, I think. Frog FTK is like a counterexample of no, also Frog FTK is after Edison, yeah, because there is no Ronin Toad in yet. But what I personally love about Edison is there is so much incredibly based stuff you can try. And if you are a good player and a good deck builder, almost everything is just going to work, is the cool thing. Almost everything is going to work. There is nothing in Edison, almost nothing in Edison, where like, if you set your mind to it and it's a solid idea, you can just do it. And that's great. That feels great. You know, you can just go and copy a standard list, or you can just do your own thing. And it's so fun, I think. Like, I have a huge box of Edison cards where I have almost every single relevant card in the format. And before every single like tournament, before I go to a YCS, I always play Edison side events at YCS if I can. Before I go to a YCS, I always build a new deck. I never play the same. I mean, sometimes I do because I like it, but like most of the time, I just build something new. I just built something new because I can. Right? What's the actual meta in Edison? Okay, we can talk about that too. There's two things we can look at. I think there's this thing is from like last month, which is a tournament that happened here, Deck Devastators 3. But we can also look at someone else I need to shout out, or I want to shout out, which is E3 Yu-Gi-Oh! Who has actually been on the channel before. We've played against them in Edison at some point. I've done an Edison stream in the past, and he hopped into the stream and was like, "Let's play," and so we did. We lost. We lost to Keegan, playing the Gear Town deck. But Keegan has a YouTube channel only on Edison. It's only Edison, and it's great. Honestly, I personally watch it a lot. And if you're talking about current meta, I mean, there is they did a tournament. They did a tournament this past weekend. And there was a couple of interesting decks that made top 8. And they did have, I think it was also relatively a big tournament. So you know what? I'm just gonna make this my lunchtime video for today. Why not? Let's do this, because I've skipped through this, but I haven't actually watched the video completely. So let me do this. Who Needs Meta is a nice channel as well. Is that the channel that does all kinds of old format deck profiles and games? I've seen that as well. Hold up. Which way do I block less? I think this way.
What?
Wait, why is it on? Oh, what am I doing? Standard speed.
What's up, duelists? We just got finished with the first RBET, really big Edison tournament of the season. 170 players, 2-day event, super hype. If you play Edison Format, then you know about it. If you're new to Edison Format, welcome. Come check out these sweet deck lists. Everybody after the event's always like, yo, when are we seeing the deck lists? I got you, fam. I got you ASAP. Now, if you want to watch these decks...
Also, someone asked what's for dinner. It's we went to an Indian restaurant yesterday, so it's leftovers from that. It's great.
Lists in action, played by some of the best players in the world, if not the best players in the world right now. Definitely check out the recordings, the live recordings, the VODs. They are up on my channel. And if you like this sort of thing, of course, leave a like, subscribe, leave a comment. It goes a very long way in helping me throw these events for you guys. Okay, first deck list we've got.
New Val's cards, by the way. I'll look at it in a second.
At 7th place. The tournament is double elimination. So for top 8, we've got 2 decks at 7th, 2 decks at 5th, and then, of course, 4th through 1st. So this is the first 7th place deck list. This is an Evil Hero Fusion deck list played by Dave.
Okay, now, this is a deck that I have not played myself. I think the idea is that it's just heroes with Miracle Fusion, but you also play Dark Calling for Evil Hero Dark Gaia, which I think is a hero and a rock monster.
Yeah. I think, yeah, it's Dave, yeah. Anyway, this is a deck that was sort of pioneered by the Who Needs Meta guys. Definitely check them out.
Fiend and Rock. Is Dark Calling banished from Graveyard as well? By banishing the fusion materials needed, hand or grave. Okay, you can banish from grave.
If you want to see more
fusion for Dark Gaia. And Dark Gaia, Evil Hero Dark Gaia. Evil Hero Dark Gaia is just, I remember it being like some OTK machine. Hold up. Must be special summoned with Dark Fusion. The original attack of this card becomes the combined original attack of the materials used for its fusion summon. When this card declares an attack, you can change all defense position monsters your opponent controls to face up attack position. Flip effects are not activated. Ooh.
Play with a deck like this. The way it works is Elemental Hero Stratos searches for just about anything you could possibly need, and then Prisma can search for also whatever else you could possibly need. You try to spam powerful fusion summoning cards like Dark Calling and Miracle Fusion to bring out powerful stuff like Absolute Zero, Evil Hero Dark Gaia, Evil Hero Malicious Edge, that sort of thing, or Malicious Fiend, I think. Yeah, Malicious Fiend, sorry. Can't see the name quite there on the card. I know Malicious Edge is the effect monster, Malicious Fiend is the fusion. The reason you have multiple piece Golem, Terra Firma, these guys, is so you can reveal them to Elemental Hero Prisma to send your different elements for various situations that you get into. This is a really
That's great, dude. This deck looks fun.
Sweet deck list. The sideboard is pretty straightforward. The only thing that really stands out are the 2 super polys. Obviously, for decks where you can fuse with their monsters into Gaia or Absolute Zero, they have some application, which is pretty cool. Trapstone also helps.
And this is what I mean, dude. I've never seen this type of deck before. That's great. That's the great thing about Edison, dude. They've been playing this format. They've been playing this format for years, and you can still come up with stuff like this because you're at home and you're like, hey, I like Evil Hero Dark Gaia. You can throw it into Edison decks.
That also helps, and I do like the addition of 2 compulsory evacuation device into the main deck of this style deck. I think compulsory does a really good job, especially with like these huge monsters like Malicious Fiend and Evil Hero Dark Gaia. Good stuff. Congrats to Dave for earning his top 8 invite to RBET Rulers. Is that the right words? That's the right words. Anyway, next deck. Also at 7th place, we got Gio. I'm not sure if I'm going to pronounce your name right, but I think it's Giorgione. I could be wrong. This
is an example of one of the stun decks in the format. And when I say stun, you probably expected a lot of floodgates, but there are really none. There's like one Ryo, but it's really just, this is a stun deck, and you just play a lot of back row, and that's what was considered a stun deck back then. Stun / control, I guess. It's, yeah, you could call it stun, but back then it was basically the same thing because back then floodgates weren't that much of a thing. But like, yeah, it's like this deck just is put monsters onto the field. This is what they call hero beat. Yeah, in case you've ever seen, in case you've ever heard the term hero beat and you didn't know what it was, this is what it is. Just a couple of solid level 4 beat sticks and a bunch of spell traps that help you trade favorably. And that's that.
is a hero beat
and then
deck.
Sometimes you have like that Miracle Fusion. That's why you play the Snowman Eater, because it's a solid water monster. And then you can just like Miracle Fusion for the Absolute Zero.
List. He's got triple alias, DD Warrior Lady for the tech, Thunder King for the tech, double Snowman to help with the water count. Of course, this deck kind of struggles having water count. He's got 2 upstarts as opposed to...
This is before Bubble Beat. Bubble Beat didn't exist yet. Of course, Bubble Man existed, but we didn't have XYZs, so Bubble Man didn't make sense.
Full 3. Probably just couldn't find room for the 3rd. Either that or just felt that giving the opponents too much life points was not really worth it. 1 Dark Bribe to help protect... I don't really know. I don't really know what the Dark Bribe is protecting. He's not playing any Floodgates in the main. In the side, he's got some interesting ones. He's got Widespread Ruin.
I do like Dark Bribe, Starlight Road in these types of decks. If you wondered, one big issue with back row decks in this format is that you always have to play around Heavy Storm. Or like, you don't have to, but you know, you're going to get heavily punished if you don't play around Heavy Storm. So the way it goes, a lot of people actually complain about Heavy Storm in the format, but I personally am under the impression that it is necessary, because back then we're actually looking at a time of Yu-Gi-Oh, which is also, I think, hard to imagine from today's perspective. But we're looking at a time where Yu-Gi-Oh was so slow that I think trap cards are significantly stronger than they are today. Even to the point where you could argue that if there was no Heavy Storm or Giant Trunade / Cold Wave in the format, I think trap cards would just be the most powerful card type in early Yu-Gi-Ohs. Like, if you did not have ways to punish people for setting 4 or 5, there's really no downside to playing a lot of trap cards. Because trap cards are really, really good. Like, monsters have downsides in this format. Monsters, like, you can only have 1 summon per turn, so you can draw too many monsters. Trap cards, you can't really draw too many trap cards. You can just set all of them, right? They will help you stay alive until you find your monsters. And like, the same thing can be said about spell cards, but there's not that many. There's actually not that many 6 spell cards back then, right? Most of these spell cards are good, but you can't, for most decks, you can't find more than like 10 or 15 good spell cards.
That can deal with Titanial. He's also got Royal Oppression for like the special summon heavy matchups. Maybe he like sides out his Miracles or something in some matchups. He's also got 2 copies of Gravekeeper Spy for Blackwings, which is really cool. Also, again, on the Super Polymerization. And the extra deck, pretty straightforward. 5-headed dragon, kind of silly. But funny because you could potentially Super Poly into it if your opponent has 5 dragons in play. Congrats to Geo. Well deserved. Powerful deck list. All right, next deck. Getting into the 5th place decks.
In case you wondered what my favorite deck was in Edison, it's every single deck that has 3 Raikou, 3 Hamster. That is my jam. I love that. I love that.
This deck list.
This is so nice. Oh my god, dude. 3 Raikou, 3 Hamster. Oh, the Soul X too with some Monarchs. Oh, I dig that. Oh god.
Is the Thestal.
I'll show you in a second what I played at YCS Lyon side events where I did go undefeated in Edison format. I can show you what I played, and I can show you how I kind of adjusted it, because honestly, the way I go about it, when I'm playing these side events, I'm not even trying to like super try hard the best list possible. I'm just like trying to play whatever I enjoy most, because, you know.
Thestalos deck. I tweeted about this. A lot of people were like, what is the Thestalos?
Soul Exchange Thestalos goes hard.
Deck. This is the Thestalos deck. This was piloted by Feng Shui. Shout out to him. Very powerful duelist. He came out of retirement to play in this RBET. He had not played in an event for over 11 years, but he came out of retirement to play in this RBET, and he made it all the way to 5th place.
I should play in some of those events too. I just realized. It's just like I never really hear of them, or I'm not around. But I would love to just like stream one of those on some weekend. I don't know if any of you are in touch with the Edison community, feel free to tag me on like my Discord when there's a tournament happening, and I might think I might make it happen. I hate Titanial though. I hate Titanial. The idea behind Titanial is like, Titanial, honestly, now that I think about it, Titanial might be the very first Garnet that I ever played in my... No, Secutor. Secutor. I think there's an argument to be made for Titanial and Secutor to be the very first Garnets. Can anyone think of an older Garnet than Titanial and Secutor? Who remembers an older one? Gilman? Garnet. Okay. Garnet. We're going back. We're like mixing up all the time zones right now. Garnet is the term that people use ever since like when 2015, 2016 Monarchs, for a card that you put into your deck for your engine to work, right? But you don't want to draw it because Gem Knight Garnet was necessary for Brilliant Fusion, right? In your deck, you wanted to draw Brilliant Fusion, you never wanted to draw Gem Knight Garnet. And that is where, if you've ever heard the term, that is where the term Garnet comes from. Right? That is where the term Garnet comes from. It refers to a card that is required for your deck to work, or for a certain engine in your deck to work, but you really don't want to draw it. And funnily enough, Garnet is not the first card of that type. Right? Garnet is not the first card of that type. There have previously been cards in your decks that you used for other engine cards, but you never wanted to draw them. Titanial is one of those cards. Titanial Princess of Camellias is really just a plant wind monster, level 8, 2800 attack. The only reason you played this card was because you wanted to Lone Fire Blossom and summon it from the deck. which was a powerful play in a format like this. Like if you look at these decks, you'll notice most of the time no deck has bigger monsters than Titanial. Titanial really, really strong. But of course, you really hated drawing that card because the card was not as good if you had to tribute 2 for it. Sometimes you would do that, but yeah. So this was one of the earliest Garnets I remember ever playing. Alongside Gladiator B Secutor, which was also a bad draw. Some of you are mentioning DMOC, which I guess sometime, but like DMOC was also okay to draw sometimes. Like, yeah, DMOC was so powerful. Wolf is a classic Garnet as well. Wolf is also a Garnet. Yeah, yeah, Wolf counts.
Very sick.
So why are we referring to this as Garnets, dude? Why is it not Wolves?
The extra deck is
I hate drawing all my Wolves, dude.
interesting. There's a lot of cards that he can't actually summon. No, he does have one quick draw. He does have one quick draw. So technically quick draw did top. There you go. Quick draw Thestalos deck. I'm still going to call this deck Thestalos, but it is a quick draw deck. This is a very, very tight looking list. Triple Hamster, triple Caius, double Thestalos. Got Book of Moon, enemy controllers to take advantage of the one Treeborn Frog. Also to sack dandy tokens to steal stuff. Double Battle Fader and Gores for defense. 5 trap cards, no Solemn. Probably precarious. Life total reasons why there's no Solemn. Yeah, no Solemn is interesting. I think that's the only card that really stands out. Solemn plus Treeborn Frog is also pretty mid. I do like the compulsory inclusion. I think it's pretty good, especially in decks like this. Like you compulse something, then you Thestalos snipe it. That's how you do it, baby. Double Soul Exchange, pretty hype too. Helps out when you draw Titanial. I really, really like this list. I really, really like this list. I'm excited to try it out. In the sideboard, he's got 5 stun monsters. He can side these in to get aggressive over the hamsters when going second. I really like that sort of conversion sideboard. Double DD Crow, you can loop.
Kalski, thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Keeping us over the 1,000. Appreciate you. Hey, once again, if you are enjoying the content on the channel and you have a Prime sub available, it would help the channel out a ton. Or spend it on someone else. Just spend it.
Bit with Drill Warrior once you get to that point in the game. Triple D Prison, double Dust Tornado, compulsory, just very straightforward. All the best stuff you could possibly ask for. I really like this deck. This is a great deck list. The only thing I might consider changing is like cutting some of these generic synchros, which you can never actually make, because your only tuners are Quick Draw and Debris. That being said, you could technically Brain Controller, Enemy Controller, something like a Gale. So it's not like totally out of the question to have these, but I feel like having a second Drill Warrior would come up more than like having specifically, I don't know, Colossal Fighter maybe. In any case, really, really sweet deck list. Shout out to Feng Shui for playing such a cool deck and topping this event. Next deck list, also at fifth place, we've got Ledio. Ledio was playing Diva Hero. This is a deck that we've seen have mixed success. It had a lot more success in early 2022, a lot less success in late 2022. It's one of those decks that like comes in and out. It's got very high ceiling in terms of like what it can output, but it's also got a very low floor in terms of like bricky draws. He's tried to mitigate some of these bricky draws by adding a Soul Exchange, which I think is super cool. Soul Exchange
2022? Ah, yes, Edison. What do you mean? It's first of all, it's 2023.
Exchange works well with the triple Caius. It can also work in a pinch with double Mally, Cyber Dragon, or Gores, so it's not like the worst card in the world here. He's got the Alias, so he can play the E-Call. I was talking about this a little bit on stream, but basically, you need to play E-Call, so you have 3 copies of Stratos, in 3 copies in air quotes, so you can open him as consistently as possible. You got Future Fusion, of course, all the best spell cards, of course. No Mind Control in the list. I do like Mind Control in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, Mind Control is pretty good if you play Diva and Plague, I think, but this is Diva Heroes, basically. This looks like a relatively standard Diva Hero list where you just you play a Diva for your water engine for absolute 0 for the Miracle Fusion, and you just make like synchro plays with Diva plus Gilman or Diva plus Mally. You can make level 8s. And you just play a solid you have like couple very explosive turns, like the one where you play Diva, the one where you play the Miracle Fusions are pretty explosive. Future Fusion is sick in this deck because you get the free Mally, and then you can Mally tribute for Caius. You play Evil Hero Infernal Prodigy, which is just a special summon on empty field. And you contribute it for Caius, or use it as synchro material with Diva to make Black Rose together with Gilman. And then it's just a hero in the graveyard.
but had to make room for Soul Exchange somehow. Triple Phoenix Wing. Stratos Phoenix Wing is the best opening in the game, and all the other best trap cards in the game as well. Triple Deck Dev in the sideboard.
It is a
I
level
wonder
2,
if
so
this
you can
came up
sprite
for
combo
him.
with it. Yeah, true.
It also combos with Soul Exchange off your opponent's Caius, which is pretty funny.
One allure seems so insane. Do you mean the fact that it's limited or the fact that they decided to play one? Because it's at 1. You can't play more in Edison.
And you can also like Soul Exchange, target a Vanity's Fiend, sack it for deck dev, and do that sort of thing, which is really cool. Second Soul Exchange, double Vanities.
I mean, the decision to play 1 is not insane when the card is limited. Like, of course you're gonna play 1 if you're like the deck thinning capability of the card is still good. Like you can play Allure whenever you have a dark in your hand, and just to dig deeper into your deck. Like it's a very good card, which is why it was limited at the time. Allure got limited, like I think a year before or 2 years, because of the dark armed strategy that like it just drew the entire deck way too consistently with like 3D draws, 3 allures.
Double Sirocco for the Blackwing matchup, Cyber Dragon. I really like this sort of like mix between Soul Control and Diva Hero. I think that seeing more of these types of like fusions of these style of control decks moving forward is going to be really exciting. It's going to be really exciting. Extra deck looks tight. Everything looks tight. Honestly, really, really solid list. And I got to shout out to Letio. I think he was playing really well the entire weekend. All right, next deck. At 4th place, we have James Ark with Christia Sworn. This looks almost identical to Mumix's list. Actually, I think it might be. I think it might be identical to Mumix's list from RBET Rulers.
Bro, who looks at this format and doesn't just want to play it? It's beyond me. If you like Yu-Gi-Oh! And you look at this, how can you not want to play this format?
I think it might just be the exact same list. I don't think there's a single card different. I could be wrong. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. The Aaron might be supposed to be something else, but I think Aaron was in that deck list too. I'm not really sure. In any case, the deck's really, really strong. As long as you can get milling and you draw into Christia or you draw into Beckoning to get back your Christia, you're guaranteed to beat a lot of things because Christia is really, really strong. There was a game on camera where James summons a Christia and his opponent had 7 cards and all 7 were dead to Christia, and the Christia just won the game. It was kind of insane. This card is very broken. Christia is very broken. Any deck that can abuse it to any degree is probably going to be the best deck in the format, and this deck is no exception. So very, very strong stuff. Shout out
Christia is troll despair.
To James for making it all the way to top 4. Very powerful finish for him.
A lot of local players argue that it's bad because of oppression, but that card is legit mid in Edison. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of the decks that do well in Edison don't even main deck oppression, because every single deck has a lot of outs to oppression. Like sometimes you can run away with an oppression, but it's actually really hard to run away with oppression in a game of Edison. Like it can be annoying if you play without a side deck or if anything, but like for the most part, Royal Oppression, it's crazy to think of it from today's perspective, because of course today the card would be completely unreasonable because like you would just make your opponent completely unable to play. But back then that wasn't the case, because like every deck was only trying to special summon like maybe once or twice a turn anyways, like max. And then like look at this deck has like 3 Lilas, 3 Raikos. You have they don't even main deck heavy in MST, but like most decks do. So like there's a lot of ways to out cards like that.
And you know what? Showing off a new deck, showing off his range as a player. I think that was pretty cool. He usually tries to mix it up and play a different deck every single time, and doing well with a different deck every single time is incredibly impressive. Kind of the opposite, 3rd place finish for Roundnook. Roundnook only ever plays frog decks, but this is like very, very different, even for a frog deck. This is his Rocket Frog Burn deck. This is sort of a frog style deck, of course, with the Monarchs to abuse the Treeborn Frog. But then you also have a huge amount of burn in this deck. You've got 2 Lava Golems and Marshmallow for 1,000-point pings. You've got Creature Swap, Triple Enemy Controller, Brain Control.
Yo! I need this.
Which all act as burn spells, more or less.
I'm playing.
You've got Triple Turbo Rocket, which combo with
this
Waboku
first action today
to burn players. You can also use Turbo Rocket plus Treeborn Frog to synchro into Turbo Cannon, which burns players. This was probably the most talked about deck of the event.
Ordering as we speak. I already have everything, but still.
The most exciting matches, of course, in top 8 was Raunuk versus Feng Shui. If you haven't already watched that match, definitely worth watching. It was one of the most exciting matches I've ever seen. A lot of back and forth, a lot of plays that you will never see in an average game. Definitely worth checking
I
out.
have the rocket, yeah.
I just think that this was just such a cool innovation.
Why
from Raunuk.
Shiroko in the side? There's a lot of cool things you can do. Like Shiroko's effect, if I remember correctly, gains attack for each Blackwing on the field. So in the against the Blackwing deck, you can just summon Shiroko and make it big. So if they have, like, let's say they lock you under oppression plus a armed wing, you can just normal summon Shiroko and it boosts for each Blackwing on the field. So it'll get bigger than your opponent's monster and just attack it. And then you have the biggest monster on the field and they are locked under their own oppression.
He's working on new ways to play the game. He's always working on new deck lists. He's like one of the best deck builders in the format, I think. And
isn't Armor Master immune to battle or some shit? The thing is, the only real way to summon Armor Master with its effect intact is Gale, which is at 1. Because if the synchros summoned off Vayu are all negated, right? So they won't.
Definitely one of the best players as well. So it's no surprise to me that he earned 3rd place. The sideboard is very straightforward. Triple Dust, triple Book. I mean, gotta stop Vanity somehow, right? Triple DD Crow. Gotta stop Graveyard shit somehow. Triple Sirocco for Blackwings. Obvious. Triple Vanities for the Mirror. Or not for the Mirror, obviously. Nobody else is playing fucking Turbo Cannon. But for Frogs, you get the idea. That sort of thing. And for...
what about Blizzard? Blizzard is there, but Vayu Turbo doesn't play it.
Dragon Glurbo as well. Really, really, really nice looking deck list. All of these cards have a lot of combos together. Lava Golem with enemy controller, Lava Golem with creature swap is quite nice. Lava Golem in general, just to kill.
How is there no Solex in this?
2 opponents' monsters and then like Wabaku kind of stall out, burn for 1,000.
I miss using Econ in standby phase, dude. Treeborn Frog effect, summon Treeborn. Immediately in standby phase, activate enemy controller, take your monster, activate Treeborn again.
Each turn, maybe get a magic cylinder hit in here and there. Caius burn for 1,000 here and there. Such a cool deck. I really hope to see more people picking this up, trying it out. Maybe even innovating it a little bit, making it a little bit more aggressive, less aggressive, more who knows what. I think Lava Golem is definitely one of those cards in Edison format that's very underexplored, and it has a lot of potential. So I'm excited to see where this deck goes in the future, and it's really cool.
It's interesting that there's no compulse. But, oh my god, imagine like your opponent having 2 monsters. You bring back Treeborn in attack position, you give them Lava Golem in attack, then you creature swap, give them your Treeborn, you attack for 29.
Cool to see something this innovative and this late into the format, really.
Turbo Cannon randomly €20 super. Did it go up because of this? Did it go up because of this deck? Because I'm pretty sure when I ordered them, they were like €1. Hold up. That's crazy if that's true. Turbo Cannon, let me see, from Germany. What? How? That's crazy, dude. I mean, just from this, you can tell that people are interested, though. People are interested in this format. It's crazy how like these types of tournaments actually cause like buyouts, right? It's because of this tournament that this card got bought. I don't think it's gonna be a long-term super expensive card. Don't worry that much. Don't worry that much about it. I'm sure you can find them at some point, but
I still think Edison is one of the most deep formats. I still think it's one of the formats that you could play for years and years and years and still be finding new stuff. But seeing something this different, that's...
Have you seen the price of Soul Piercer? I don't even know what that is. Soul Piercer. Oh, that thing. I see. Isn't that just a common? Okay, it's 10 cents. 14 cents, 15 cents, 20 cents. It's not that bad. Crazy. Crazy shit. Man, 14 cents, man. That's insane. 2 cents right here. Oh, for the unlimited though. 2 cents for the unlimited. That's crazy.
Awesome. Shout out to Roundup for this deck. Incredible.
Check English. I mean, I don't mind. I don't care. I don't care if it like I'll play French if the English is super expensive. Who cares?
On it, and
I'll play French, Italian, Spanish. I don't care.
Top. Second place, we've got
it's the same
of
card.
course, Spooner Boy, who's playing VOD Turbo, which is a deck where you summon Dark Refer.
I think this deck is probably the deck to beat in Edison format. I think. The format is super diverse. There's a lot of other decks, but this deck is, I think, the deck that's considered to be the best deck.
You pitch either Vayu, Shiroko, or Elfin, and then you get to summon a big synchro monster. It's a very fast deck. It's a very aggressive style deck, but it's also kind of an all-in style.
I don't like this deck, by the way. I really don't like this. I don't like Vayu, not because I think it's bad, just because I think it's like, out of all the stuff you can play, I think this one is one of the less exciting ones. It does have Raikou
Worked
Hamster,
out really well for
cool.
him. He's got pretty standard looking sideboard, except with 2 Royal Decrees in the slots where normally you'll see maybe Gores, Vanities, that type of thing. And in the main, he's got the Gores. The Gores definitely came up for him in a couple of his matches. Definitely got him a lot of wins. And the other stuff in the deck just worked out really well for him too. Double Hamster, I think, is pretty nice. The one card I think was insane for him that carried him through the top 8 was the Mind Control on the side. He was able to mind control opponents' set monsters or opponents' milling monsters and just get so much value out of them.
If you ever mind control my set Raikou, we're fighting.
Really, really quality tech inclusion. You do have a couple other ways to convert off of mind control in Gale and Plague Spreader. And you can find access to Plague Spreader pretty easily thanks to Rhoda, Armageddon Knight, and Dark Refer. So it's pretty easy to make sure your mind control is live. I also really liked that he elected to include Armory Arm in his extra deck. I think this is definitely the deck where you need Armory Arm. Armory Arm is like, it just comes up so much with Plague and Raikou. It just comes up so much, and it also helps you kill through Gores, which this deck can struggle to do. He's got the Chaos Sorcerer. A lot of people are back and forth on whether or not this card should be included, or whether or not...
Wait, there's no... Oh, there is Dark Arm. I thought there was no Dark Arm for a second.
deck. Chaos Sorcerer is a little bit faster than Caius, but it's a little bit less powerful than Caius in general. Not being able to hit back.
I love the one of Chaos Sorcerer in a lot of my decks. Even if I just have Raikou Hamster as lights, I think it's still fine. It's a powerful play.
So not being able to hit, face down monsters, etc., etc. Really cool stuff. Congratulations to Spooner Boy for earning second place. And then, of course, first place goes to Soul, who was playing Diva Zombies. This is a really unique...
Was this 8 different decks in top 8? Yeah, right? This was 8 different decks in top 8, just casually.
List. I like it a lot. I think Soul was also playing out of his goddamn mind the entire weekend. He's got main deck Starlight Road, which is awesome. Helps him just go for like big pushes, or also helps him set like 2 or 3 cards and not be too afraid of things. He's got no copies of Malicious, no Future Fusion, none of the hero stuff that we've seen do kind of well
Zombies
in
completely without
that
heroes
area. But he's also got 2 copies of main deck DD Crow. So he's got like a lot more like relaxed defensive cards like Starlight Road, DD Crow. And then he's got like just the bare minimum enough, like 2 Pyramid Turtle, 2 Goblin Zombie, 2 Diva, etc. to be able to go for those crazy OTK pushes that zombies can enable. He's main decking the Burial. Normally we don't see this. Normally we see main deck Return from the Different Dimension. I do think personally that Return from the Different Dimension is a much better card than Burial in the main, but hey, I mean, it worked out well for him. It carried him in undefeated throughout the entire tournament to a first place finish.
I think Burial is okay in Zombies. It's just like a Monster Reborn, because you get Mizuki into play so quickly. So you can just Burial Mizuki at any point. So it's like Monster Reborn for a zombie. I think it's fine.
The extra deck looks pretty much standard. The sideboard, triple Light Mirror for Lightsworn, I guess. This deck is pretty good against Lightsworn already, but Light Mirror helps out a little bit. Compulsory, this card did a lot of work for him over the weekend. I think that this was a great inclusion to his sideboard. And then the double Nox, My Body is a Shield to help play through back row to help protect your monsters from destruction effects like Absolute Zero. Lightning Vortex to help clear stuff like Vanity's Fiend. A second Starlight Road for Blackwings. overall, it just looks like a really tight list. It just looks like a really, really tight.
I mean, this looks like a good zombie list. Yeah, if you're into zombies, if that's your thing, this list looks very solid. I don't know if I love the Dust Tornadoes. It depends on the format. It's like cards like Dust Tornado are like really good against a lot of decks, but really bad against the select few that don't play back row, like Lightsworn. You have a very high chance of Dust Tornado not doing anything. But I guess even those decks do play like one or two, like they play like Beckoning Light, Trap Dust Shoot, maybe a Torrential Mirror Force here or there. So like Dust Tornado can be okay.
List. It's interesting though, he does have the Armed Wing and the Armor Master with no Gale. I wonder if
I mean, we play Mind and Brains, I guess that's why they're here.
That was a deck building error. He must have had Gale at some point and then cut it and then forgot to change his extra deck. Thankfully for him, it didn't really come up. I mean, he's got everything you need, right? He's got Bryo Goyo. In their place, you usually play like a Gaia Knight and an Android, I think. Yeah, either that or it's like Gaia Knight, Red Dragon, but
solid. I mean, hey, we're gonna try. Where is it? We're gonna try this first. This is my first. The first thing on the agenda is this thing. We need to play this. Hold up. I'm just gonna straight up net deck it. I'm just gonna straight up net deck that. And we're gonna do, of course, for Edison. Oh, by the way, in case you didn't know, I heard that Edison is coming to DB Ladder. Now that you're saying that, X Crazy, that's been announced. They are doing it. It's like in 3 weeks or something. Did you see the new burger? Oh, right. We did that. We want to do that too. Hold up. We want to do that too. Where's that? There's so much to do. Where's the new cards? Here's the menu. Okay, hold up. That was false information? Wasn't that a joke? Wait, what that? Was it really? I thought Coder posted it. Hold up. I thought Coder tweeted that. Was this bait? Oh. It was a joke? Oh, that's genuinely upsetting because I was actually hyped for that. I read this and I was like, hey, that's sick. Will be part of an update delivered during scheduled downtime March 30. Unfortunate. Well, here is the menu. Only one more card. Oh, only one last card. Okay. Normal spell card. You can only activate a card with this card's name once per turn. Reveal 2 Nouvelle monsters with different names from your deck. Your opponent chooses one of them, add one of them to the hand, then shuffle the remainder into the deck. Then you can add one of the following cards from your deck or graveyard to the hand, depending on the type of monster added to the hand by this effect. Beast Warrior, the fish recipe, Warrior, the meat recipe. Wait, this is it's pre-prep. Chat, how you do sub with Prime on mobile? You can't, Scrub. You cannot. But it seems like the problem has solved itself because Death the Striker has gifted a Scream as gift sub to Scrub. Thank you for that. I mean, this card is sick, no? This card is just good, is it not? It's just a +1 searcher card. It's just a good card. I don't know if this makes the deck not a meme, because so far I was under the impression that the deck was a meme. I subbed with Prime on mobile yesterday? Really? I thought you couldn't. I've tried using my Prime on mobile before and I didn't see the option. I guess I must have missed it. I don't know. I thought you couldn't do it. I didn't know you could. But I mean, if you can and you're watching on mobile right now, you know how to prove me wrong. Hey. You know how to prove me wrong. Not possible on iPhone. Okay, that might be the case. That might be why I was trying to do it on the iPhone app. Don Balance, thank you for the 8 months, and Edge Knight YGO, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the stream. We have a new sub over here. I appreciate you. Thank you. Anyways, this is a good card. This is a good card because it is a simple +1 Rhoda type effect. Of course, your opponent gets to choose, but honestly, your opponent choosing how you're gonna get a +1 is not that bad. Why does the opponent choose if you then add one of them anyways? I'm pretty sure the translation is just a little off. It's like your opponent chooses one of them and then you add that to your hand. Like your opponent chooses which one you get, the other one goes back into the deck, and then you get to add the according recipe. Isn't one ritual spell better than the other? I think so. They're probably always going to give you the worst option, but still, I mean, +1 is still something, right? So, unless the only way this is bad, I think, is if there's one of these two that you don't want to play. If one of these two you simply don't want to play, then this card is bad, because then they can always give you the wrong one, right? I'm on Android and I was able to use my Twitch Prime for Coder Subathon. Well, okay, then I guess it's an iOS type of thing where you can't do it, because I only have iOS. So I also tried to figure it out recently for my mom because she wanted to spend her Prime on the channel. And it didn't work on her phone, and she also has iOS. So yeah, I had to do it on her computer. All right. Right, Garu, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Was that a phone Prime or a desktop Prime is the question now. All right. The thing with this card is, or the thing with searchers in general, just reveal 2 different Beast Warriors and get the one you want. Actually, I mean, you're right. I don't remember. Hold up. Nouvelle Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't remember how many different ones there are. Right? Does someone have... Where's the original post of YG Orc for these? Been a while ago. It has been a while ago. If they have 2 of the same type, that makes it a lot different. You are right about that, because then you can technically decide which one you want. It's confirmed the Prime on Android works. Pog, if you have an Android, go check for the Prime right now. Thank you for the experiment, right, Garu? Appreciate you. Okay. I can never find a freaking YG organization article that I'm looking for, because they use the wackiest names and thumbnails for their posts. Like, just throw the freaking Novell cards on there so I know what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for the Thanos meme, what was he cooking? Anyways, this one is a Beast Warrior. This one is a Warrior. This one is a Beast Warrior. This one is a Warrior. Oh, this one is a Beast Warrior. And this one is a Warrior. Okay. Now that makes it a lot different, because there's like 3 of each. There is 3 of each type. So you can just reveal 2 of the same type where you want that the according card. And you will always get a fitting the right recipe. That's Okay, and now the recipes are... This one was the one where if you ritual summon this thing, you can add a ritual spell from your deck or grave to your hand. If you can change all defense. Okay, so you're probably always going to want this recipe. You always want the fish recipe, so it means you reveal beast warriors. Probably. So you have this thing is a beast warrior. Okay. You have to play some bad ones. I mean, if you play the level 1, which I'm pretty sure you're supposed to play anyways, and the level 3, you can always get the beast warrior ritual. They will make you add the wrong beast warrior. Yeah, but you still get the +1. I don't know, dude. We'll see. This deck still feels like a little bit like a meme, but we'll see, I guess. I mean, a searcher that goes +1 certainly helps, dude. You can't deny that. Even if your opponent chooses which monster you get, that's still a good card. That's still a good card. I don't know if that makes the archetype not a meme, but that's a good card. Hey, let's leave it at that. Let's leave it at that and do everything further. I'm sure tomorrow there's a freaking yo, what's up guys, lithium cooking video on how this card can be completely broken. So, you know, let's move this discussion to tomorrow. All right. All right. Edison Rocket Frog. I can't believe I'm typing these words into my keyboard. Let me open this over here. Frog. Bypass limit. This. Soup. Oh, this deck looks so good. Caius. Reza. 2 Rezas. Lava Golem. Marshmallow. Turbo Rocket. In case you are wondering, Turbo Rocket is literally just like a tuner. It doesn't do anything. While attacking, this card cannot be destroyed by battle. If this card attacks after damage calculation, inflict damage equal to half the attack of the attack target to your opponent. I guess sometimes you can win the game with that. But it's mostly for the synchro that you do. Gores. Enemy controller. By the way, we're gonna do viewer games, so if any of you want to play Edison format with me, get your decks ready, and yeah, we'll do that in a second. I'm just gonna host, and whoever is fastest gets in there. Threatening Roar. I don't know if you need 3 Threatening, 3 Baboku in this, but I guess I'm just gonna follow the advice of the Frog Burn Master. Cylinder. I feel like you would still maybe like to play like Avarice. Avarice still seems good because you can just load the grave with frogs. Vaboku combos with Turbo Rocket? Yeah, Vaboku is okay with Turbo Rocket, but I don't know about Threatening Roar. Anyways, Turbo Cannon, Armory Arm. This deck is so cool. Caster. Android. Uruquizas. Bryonac. Goyo Guardian pre-errata, Sag. That's one of the worst erratas, I think. Brain Control and Goyo Guardian are two of the worst erratas they ever did. Like, how could they do this to my boys? Also, just a reminder, if you pull up to the Edison tournament that I'm hosting, and you play this Stardust Dragon, that's not cool, man. If that's not cool. If you pull up to my Edison tournament and you pull up with this Stardust Dragon in your deck, I don't know what we're gonna do yet, but it's not gonna be pretty. Okay, I skipped something in the extra deck. Stardust, Dark End, Chimera Tech Fortress. I'm just gonna copy the side deck. Sirocco, Crow. Vanity's Fiend. Book and Dust. I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to side Book against. Maybe because of Vanity's Fiend for the opponent. Alright, set as default. I couldn't be happier. Alright. I could not be happy. Yeah, we're doing best of threes today. Alright. Chat. What do I need to put here? Just completely unlimited, right? Unlimited. Watch password is Josh. Dual password is Josh. And we're doing matches today. So let's go. All right. A lot of people want to play. I think Phil Base was first. Good luck. Have fun. Where do you go for locals? I don't really go to locals, sadly. All right. Okay. This hand, I think, is just a set Treeborn pass angle. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to use the cylinder when they have a big monster on the field already. Before they, let's see what they play. See, the Lila would have punished us. Torrential Mill, Book Mill. All right. Is that what we're doing today? All right, I see how it is. Treeborn, please no Crow. Okay, now once per turn, you can destroy a face-up monster on the field and inflict damage to its controller equal to half its attack. So I could pop Lila or Wolf here. I could also just run out a Caius. The problem with running out a Caius is if they have Honest, that's a lot of damage. If I Caius, banish one of these, attack, and they have Honest, I take a lot of damage. I could also run out the Substitute. Get the dupe block enabled, but I don't love that. I think since Honest is semi-limited, I think it's okay to run out the Caius. Run out the Caius and probably banish Lila, because if there is an Honest, I can at least set Cylinder. And I banish the Lila. Oh, we're in Mayface. And then I'm gonna... Please, let's play without Honest for once. Take 300, please. Do I set Cylinder here? Because it means we can't bring back Treeborn if I don't use it, so I'm kind of forced to use it. I would be kind of forced to use the Cylinder if I set it here. I'll set it. I'm afraid of taking too much damage. Maybe it's wrong. You just stack damage. It feels like you just try to do little burns over and over. Like, you know, you do like a little Cylinder burn, then a little Turbo Rocket burn, while also keeping the board in check with the turbo rocket. Then you do like a little treeborn creature swap, attack over it type of thing. You know, I can go to the left, yeah. Foolish Burial, yeah. Is Battle Fader and Tragodia not printed yet? No, they are. You can play them. All right, we have another wolf. Yeah. See, so I'm pretty sure that if I don't have the cylinder, I just die. So I'm just going to use it. And take 21 from this. I mean, we have a play here. We have a play, which is normal summon Turbo Rocket. Wait, is that normal summon Turbo Rocket? Make Turbo Cannon in attack position. Destroy Wolf to burn, and then creature swap. Give them the 0 attack Turbo Cannon and attack over it. I don't hate that. I don't hate that play. It's like we put them down to how much? We put them down to they take 1,050 and 2,100, so we put them down to they take 3,150, so they go to 2,750. Could have also put Treeborn in attack, creature swapped, brain controlled. I'm gonna do the play that I said. Burn that. Yeah, we could have made Sprint. We could have made Sprint send Angler. But all right, let's creature swap. Give me that wolf. You are slowly dying, friend. Attack. All right, and now they are dangerously low in brain control range. And we have the wolf on board still. I mean, and they can't JD yet. They can't JD, they can't Chaos Sork. This deck is nice. This deck is fun. You have some very cute plays in this. We are also very low. Yeah, we are also very low. This turn is where we are the most vulnerable, though. Like, next turn, we're going to have a Treeborn in defense position. We can set up, like, dupe block and stuff. Can you brain control face downs? You cannot. Brain control was always the same. It's always pay 800, target a face-up monster your opponent controls, and take it. Now it's just, it has to be a monster that they can normal summon. Jane for a wolf. They can, like, double the wolves now. Yeah. Double the wolves. They have a second honest. We go under brain control life. They don't. Okay. Another honest would have been insane, but that's 2. It's at 2. Mill, bottomless, JD, and Storm. Okay. Ooh. You can even destroy your own monsters with that. Wait, I think we're gonna summon this in attack. Brain control, take Lumina. Go to the battle phase. Like normal summon Substitute as well. Go battle phase. No, don't normal summon Substitute. Because we might want a Turbo Rocket if they have Gores. We can make Goyo. Wait, we can just make Goyo. We can just make Goyo. If they don't have Fader. Give me that. I was trying to make some cool plays, but we don't need to. We just... Hey! Woo! Okay. This deck is great. All right. I'm testing for YCS London. I'm testing for YCS London side events. It's important testing, guys. This card seems okay in this matchup. Crow is also good against Lightsworn. These cards are really good against Lightsworn because you can stop the JD push from happening. I don't know if we want 3 of each though. Lava Golem is maybe a side out in this matchup. Unifrog definitely is. MST and Storm also are. If we take out the Lava Golems, we could do 3 Crows, 2 Vanities Fiends. MST is limited, yes. Otherwise, you would obviously play more. All right, hand is fine. Probably just Treeborn Pass. Yeah, definitely Treeborn Pass. Raikou angle? I mean, Raikou on Treeborn is fine. Raikou on Treeborn is fine. We're not afraid of anything here. We're not afraid of Celestia. It could be a hamster. Worst case, it's a hamster, and they just flip hamster, get a Raikou, and then attack over the Treeborn Frog. That's like the most annoying thing that can happen. But since, like, yeah. Maybe Fader would be good in this deck because it makes it so much safer to play it slow, right? But Fader doesn't protect your... Fader does not protect your... What's it called? Fader does not protect your... Your Turbo Cannon. Alright, I'm gonna Reza affect the old one. Because I think that's Raikou, because they didn't want to flip Raikou for Treeborn. And this one could be anything. I mean, it could be another Raikou, but we can't prevent that anyways. It's just Necrogarna, though, yeah. That one, they're gonna draw Raikou. 1,000 billion million % that card... Okay, they shuffled, but that card was Raikou. You can't fool me. That's Raikou. Yeah. I shall Caius that. Banish that Raikou. Get it out of my sight. Yeah. The question is, do we respect Gores? But I don't think we do. They don't have it. Oh, that's a lot of burn damage, dude. That's a lot of burn damage. I don't know if you can recover from that. That's why I attacked. I was like, even if there is Gores, inflicting 2400 of burn seems very valuable. Swap Frog is sick, by the way, with Monarchs. If you run out of Monarchs, you can just bounce your Monarchs with Swap Frog. It's great. I don't know if they should have maybe negated with Necrogarna just to stay healthier with life points. Gores is like 2010 Nibiru, basically. It's like Gores is just a very, very big monster that punishes early attacks when you don't have to. When you don't have ways to play around it. Very often, it is correct to not attack into Gores. Which is why you very often have very interesting scenarios where you have one small monster and one big monster. So you attack with the small monster first because of the threat of gores, and then your opponent will not drop the gores because they are greedy. They want the bigger token, so they wait for you to attack with the bigger monster, so you simply don't attack with the bigger monster. It's great. Oh, Vanity's Fiend. Effect. Here. Now, I could invest the enemy controller, or I guess I could have just, I'm gonna summon it in attack and invest the creature swap. Yeah. I'm gonna invest creature swap. I don't know why I played it on Imperm. That's kind of embarrassing. Give you that. The problem is, I mean, Mirror Force kind of fucks, but it's okay. This is game through the Necrogart now. Okay. Hey, the frog deck is victorious. Okay. This deck is fun. Even though in the second game we didn't do anything other than normal Frog Monarch stuff. But this is normally what Frog Monarch tries to do. Just set up a Treeborn Frog and summon Monarchs. But hey. Alright, next. Keep him coming. Glorious Esportler. Let's go. Okay, we go second this time. Does Starlight Road exist in this format? Starlight Road exists, yes. Okay, kind of a... The hand does not have access to Swap Frog, which is kind of unfortunate because we play 3 Swap, 3 Substitute, and 2 Treeborns. So there's like 8 copies, but it's okay. Oh, Heroes. And we have Brain Caius, which is solid. Ocean. Okay. Set 1. Only 1. Ah, there's Duprog. We have 2 options. We have Brain Caius. The card that loses to is Bottomless. Brain Caius is horrible into Bottomless. Very good into Oppression, into Prison, Force. We could commit to Brain Caius, but I kind of don't mind just setting Dupe Frog. Stratos is limited, yes. I don't mind taking it a little slower here, setting the Dupe Frog. I'm gonna set Mirror Force only, I think. The reason why I'm doing that is because I don't think this is Starlight Road. If it was Starlight Road, they'd probably set more cards, at least 2. I don't want to have a Vaboku or Cylinder stuck face down while I get Treeborn Frog in the grave, and then I might not want to use them yet. So you really want to only set these cards, I think, when you know you want to use them next turn. Which can make him tricky to use. But, yeah. The Dupe Frog alone means they can't really pressure us with 1 monster. They have to commit more to pressure us, and then the Mirror Force gets in kind of handy. This is Edison format, yes. Okay, there's a alias. Okage business. If I Mirror Force now, I'm kind of weak to Gemini Spark. Gemini Spark would make Dupe Frog miss timing. That's very annoying if that happens. Not like that. Okay. Destroys my force. All right. That was much worse than just attacking. If they attack and I force, then they get to destroy my Dupe Frog. And it misses timing, but okay, well. Once again, if you are from Germany or close to Germany and you are interested in playing an Edison tournament, go for !Edison for my first IRL tournament that I'm hosting next month together with SmartGuard in Karlsruhe. Okay, Gores. Gores is a good failsafe here. Gores is a good failsafe. We could brain control the Stratos attack just to chip. And then Caius. But I'm not sure if it's worth it. I mean, we can just sit here, I think. Right now, there is nothing that forces us to play it fast. We can really keep the brain control for something that that threatens us more. Like the Stratos doesn't really threaten us at all. I'm just going to pass. Are you about to join Team Raid and Trade, or is this just a cooperation with you as a content creator? It is just a cooperation with me as a content creator. Okay, Dupe goes to the top of the deck. That would be scary if we didn't have Gores, but we do. Currently, I'm still on Team E-Man, and there's no current plans to change anything about that. I'm just working together with SmartGuard, and they are also working together with Raid and Trade. So there is nothing to interpret into that. Not that it matters anyways, to me personally. Like, who sponsors who is not the biggest deal for me. And there's a Miracle Fusion. Okay, so they are applying some actual pressure here. Which begs the question, if they attack with the Stratos first, what I said earlier, do we drop the Gores immediately, or are we greedy with the... Oh, a Gillman too. All fish, sea serpent. Okay, that makes the Ab-Zero 3000. That makes the Ab-Zero 3000. Not great. So the correct order is to attack with Gillman first, because that makes the smallest token. In that case, if I drop Gores immediately, the Stratos attacks over the token and Zero attacks over Gores. Stratos next. Then if I Gores, the Zero can kill whatever. Now the thing is, I could drop Gores here just to prevent 4,800 damage. Yeah, I think I just take all of them. I take all of them just so I can get a big token, because that's my way of beating Absolute Zero. Okay, there's a lot of things going on right now. Can't bottomless in damage step. Okay, now we know that it's bottomless, which means that we made the right play early on when we did not attack with, when we did not go for the Brain Caius. Okay, we top deck Dupe Frog. And now our play is simple. We attack with Gores over the Gillman, and then the token attacks the Ab-Zero, triggering its destruction effect. And if it fails, we go for Brain Caius. So attack here for 1,000. We could also attack both Stratos and Gillman, which would make Ab-Zero be the weaker monster than both of these. Maybe. Let me see if this attack works first. If there's a force, then it's all irrelevant. We don't have to think about it, because this is always the first attack. The Gores on the Gillman is always the first attack. That works. Now the question is, do we attack the Stratos, or do we attack the Ab-Zero to get it off the field, which would also kill all my monsters, though? I think attacking the Stratos is actually okay. I think attacking the Stratos is fine, because then the Absolute Zero has nothing left to do but to crash. Unless they have another water monster, but then my token is still strong. I'm going to attack the Stratos. Yeah, Absolute Zero is, if you really think about it, just Boomer Mirror Jade. Alright, so this is 1,200 burn damage, basically. Okay. Now the question is, do I set cylinder now? Just to burn for 25? I think that sounds like it's worth it. I think Vaboku might also be something I need to set. I might need to set Vaboku because I'm so low. Setting both seems awkward in case I get to a Treeborn Frog. I'm gonna set this. I do think setting both is fine though. No, it's not. No, is it? Yeah, it is. Let's go. Tribute 0, summon Mobius. That would slap right now. If they make Mobius, if they make 0 Chainlink 2 to like make my Dupe Frog mistiming, they would completely destroy me with that. But the thing is, I don't think they play any Monarchs in here. Like, Hero doesn't typically play any Monarch. Like, this does not look like it's... I mean, it is Diva Heroes because it plays Gilman, but because of the alias, I don't think it's like the Caius Infernal Prodigy type of deck. I am going to cylinder this just to get in that juicy 2500 burn. If anyone was wondering why Absolute Zero was 3000 attack, it was because it gains 500 attack for each water monster except for Absolute Zero. And there was a Gilman. There was a Gilman which was a water monster. Doesn't Zero have to be chaining one because mandatory? I do believe Mobius is also mandatory. That's why I said I think you can order them the way you want. But I might be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Mobius is also mandatory. All right, we have Sussy Toad. I mean, Brain Control sets up a big threat here. I mean, we brain this. They basically need Mirror Force. Mobius is optional. Okay, then they could not have done that. What I said. I just figured it was mandatory because Caius is mandatory. I think Reza is also mandatory. Well, we can just check after the game. Don't worry. We don't have to argue about it. We can just read the card. Okay, they have to... Oh, Solemn Judgment. Down to what? 1550. Down to 1550. If I attack here, they go down to 1050. But the Ab-Zero is gone. And then I can go for a Substitute in main phase 2 to get that... thing. I'm gonna turn the Gores to defense. I mean, it's not Mirror Force, clearly. Could be Prison. Not Mirror Force. So you take 500 and 0 pops my entire board, triggering Dupe Frog. This card can attack your opponent directly. That's funny. When this card is flipped face up, you can return... Setting a flip-flop might not be the worst. Setting up a flip-flop might not be the worst. Or just like grabbing Treeborn and setting that. Or we just go Substitute and put another Dupe Frog in defense. And search whatever. Like Unifrog, because it can attack directly. I like that, actually. Main phase 2. Normal summon Substitute. Effect. Summon another Dupe. Because the only way that Hero Beat gets over Dupe is another Miracle Fusion. Miracle Fusion is really the make or break card for hero decks. Like, it's the most powerful card in the format, I think, for the decks, for sure. Okay, another Caius. I mean, Unifrog kind of goes hard here. This card can attack directly. When this card successfully attacks directly, if you control a frog monster other than Frog the Gem or Unifrog, you can destroy a spell trap your opponent controls. So, Pog? A F. Pop that. That's not how Gores works. That's not how Gores works. Need empty field. This was game if we self Caius. Well, we know there's a bottomless. But if you go chaining 1 Caius, chaining 2 bottomless, you don't burn 1,000. So even if we didn't know that there was a bottomless, it would not have been a good play to do it, because bottomless is a 2-of in almost every deck, and we haven't seen any yet. So like committing a Caius into that would have been horrible. All right. We try again. No! The problem is, oh god, if I go for Caius here and there's another bottomless, we might lose the game because of it. Because do it? Okay, I'll do it. No! Oh god, this is horrible. We lose. Chat, we lose, and it's your fault. It's your fault. Oh my god, nah. No monster 1 time. Oh my god, we were winning. No monster. Please. Oh, thank god. Oh god, go. Go. I can't take this pressure. Yes, no monster. Oh god, not an enemy controller. Ah. No. Okay, now. Oh no, is Stratos? Stratos is gone, right? Okay, so that's just 1 monster. So we live a turn with Vaboku. We might live another turn with enemy. Oh nah, this card. Nah, Ocean. Oh nah. During your standby. Not in main. Ocean man. No, give me something. Give me something. If we just sat on that dupe frog. If we just sat on that dupe frog, chat, I think we win the game. It would just pop 1, not 2. Well, we lose to that. No, we lose. The problem is it doesn't target. Oh, there it was. Oh god. Okay. Oh my god, dude. That was pain. Chain both, hello? They can switch the ocean back to attack. The ocean was already on the field for an entire turn. They can just switch it back. Ocean man can go back to attack position. They won't know that. Okay, fair enough. They don't know that. Shiroko is unironically an okay card against this deck, I think. But I don't know. I want to side out a threatening roar here because the deck is not that threatening, unironically. The problem was we never got Treeborn. If we got Treeborn in this game, it's easy game. Here, set Treeborn or set Dupe Frog? Interesting decision. I think setting Dupe and maybe even setting the Dust Tornado is interesting. It's a good hand. We don't have to commit the Dust just yet. I'm not going to. Are we maining Galva Golem? Is this Runic? It's basically Edison Runic. Old Yu-Gi-Oh was so grindy and fun. I do enjoy it a lot. I think it's very fun. I think it's very fun, especially for a change. You know, like, I mean, I can understand if you play the same format all the time, it can get stale, but that's, I think, true for any format. But, like, whenever I've played, you know, modern Yu-Gi-Oh for a while, you know, when I've been into Master Duel, I've been into TCG a lot, and then I, like, return to this format, I just have so much fun. Okay, Cataster. Not a problem. We're gonna grab ourselves. We already have Swap. We already have Treeborn, so I think it's Unifrog again. It could also be Flip-Flop. Can someone remind me real quick? Because Flip-Flop says, once per turn, you can... When this card is flipped face up, you can return monsters your opponent controls to their owner's hand up to the number of face-up frog monsters you control. Does this count if it's attacked and destroyed by battle? Can I still bounce? I forgot. Yes? Okay. Then Flip-Flop is good here, I think, in this matchup in general. I mean, right now it would just trade for Cataster. I'm going to grab it. We can do a little something where we set Treeborn next turn, make them think it's Flip-Flop, so maybe they use a card like Gemini Spark on it. Okay, we draw a Reza, and we're going to do exactly what I said. We're going to set the Treeborn. I don't want to set Dust Tornado, because if this is Phoenix Wind Blast, and they Wing Blast my Treeborn, I can't use Dust, and I'm locked out of Gorse, so I'm just going to pass. Because if they Wing Blast my Treeborn, I'm fine with that, because I can Gorse into Kaya's. I can't buy you a plane ticket. I don't have enough subs for that. But what I can do is SmartGuard told me I have the ability to give away a couple of tickets to some people in the chat. So I'm gonna set up a stream where I do that at some point. Do we put out the Gorse here? I don't really think we need to yet. I'm not gonna put out the Gorse yet. I am in the USA. Please buy the ticket. You can just watch. You can still watch. Hey. If you're not from Germany or it's too far for you, then no problem. Ooh, a Brain Control is a good pickup. Declare the Treeborn. I have to figure out how I'm gonna do it, because I can't just do a random giveaway, because then people are gonna win who don't plan on coming. So I guess I might do a I might do a maybe something where you can sign up if you actually plan on going, or maybe another way to do it would be you can buy a ticket and then if you win you get refunded. That way, you know, like whatever. Like I'll think about how to do it. Either way, I think we are looking at a very solid brain control, take Catastor, attack the thingy, and then tribute in main phase 2. Is what I'm thinking. Dio, thank you for the 6 months. It helps. It helps. It certainly does help. Appreciate that. Because what I'm thinking, if I just Caius or Reza, actually, this is tough because I kind of want to Caius banish the alias. Because that's the only hero right now. The problem is I super lose to Gemini Spark if I go Caius here. Disappointing. I only need 1 second. The new dinos that they revealed today were disappointing, unfortunately. I could set flip-flop and pass. Flip-flop, Dust Tornado, pass? Can we maybe take it even slower? Flip-flop, Dust Tornado, pass. Is that a vibe? This is Edison, yes. The XYZ is okay, but nothing great. This one is tough. I'm going to brain the Catastor, but I'm not sure if it's correct. Brain the Catastor, Judgment. Okay. That's a lot of burn damage, first of all. That's a lot of damage. Now I'm liking the set flip-flop, set dust a little bit more. Set flip-flop, set dust. Pass. Isn't the new Evo pill kinda okay? I think tributing 2 is far too much of a cost. Because the good thing about the old Evo pill is that you banish from graveyard. This one is tributing 2 from your hand. It's just way too much. Played into Imperm. This is the most annoying thing about Edison format is when people don't play... Like, when people play around Imperm and Mech Knights. It annoys me so much. I hate it. Attack my... Okay. That bounces 2 now. You should not have done that. I bounce 2 now. You should have attacked the Treeborn Frog first. That also doesn't work. That doesn't work. Damage step. Flip-flop doesn't get flipped. Of course it gets flipped. What are you talking about? Catastor does not destroy face-up monsters. It says face-up non-dark monster. How are you chatting? How are you chat? It says face-up. How does it not get... Both get bounced. I have no response to Shifter. This is Edison format, sir. But thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate the support a lot. All right. End phase. Bust. The Wing Blast. All right. Stand by. Back Treeborn. Treeborn Frog is one of my favorite cards of all time. Did anyone see the image that I posted after YCS Leon? I picked up an ultimate rare. It's so sick. I love it. The pre-errata is not face up. I assume original text is used in Edison. Even then, it doesn't make a difference because it does not know what the face down has. The face down has no attribute. It doesn't know what it is. Like a Catastor attacking a face down will always flip it face up. The face down does not have a non-dark attribute. I'm gonna bounce Gilman. Only one ulti? I mean, I don't care. The thing is, I've told you this before. I like collecting cards, but I don't care about which cards I play with. Like, I genuinely don't care. Like, the Treeborns I use are not ultis. I don't care. I have one ulti, I'm happy about that. But I don't need to have all my decks blinged out in Edison. I don't play the ulti, no, because I have 2 different ones, and that's a crime. I can't play 2 different ones in a deck. So the one that I have is just in my box of friends, and he's happy about it. Summons an alias. I'm summoning this Treeborn in attack for a very specific reason, because if both of these attacks go through, we know there's a Gemini Spark because they revealed it earlier, but technically we don't know. If both of those attacks go through, we put them to exactly 1,000. And then we can still tribute Treeborn in main phase 2, but they're probably just going to Gemini Spark. But hey, 100 damage is 100 damage. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Treeborn is doing what he can, all right? The only thing is that this kind of locks us into the Caius play now. We can't really set Marshmallow now. That's kind of stupid, but it's fine. I mean, I don't think this is a bottomless trap hole because they would have used it on Reza earlier. So I don't know what this could be. Starlight Road, that makes sense because they said 3 earlier. Okay. Oh! Himsa, thank you for the 2 months. And we have a little Pepe D redeem here. I see how it is. There's the Miracle Fusion. There's the Miracle Fusion. Annoying. Oh. They going down to 700. Marshmallow looking juicy right now. 2,400 gores. I am just going to drop that. The token dies, but it's okay. We do get back the Caius in the end phase. This was not even game, even if everything worked the way they thought. They are both 25. Thank you for the 3 months, Monka Cam. Why is it? What do you mean not worth it? Is there no tournament scene? Give me back my Caius. All right. Now, one problem here actually, is that if I bring back Treeborn Frog, this will boost Absolute Zero. Because Absolute Zero reads, it gains 500 attack for each water monster on the field except Elemental Hero Absolute Zero. So, bringing back Treeborn here will make the Absolute Zero 3,000, so I can't run over it anymore. I'm thinking maybe a possible play that I could do is normal summon Swap Frog. Bounce Caius, then attack over. And then the Caius threatens lethal next turn because they are on 700 life points. I could also just set Marshmallow. Oh, Swap is also water, right? Swap is also water. Okay, then I guess it's just... Then we don't really have a choice other than to just go attack for 200. Attack for 200, let the Ab Zero do his thing, and set a sneaky Marshmallow. Do we need these? I mean, we don't do. I don't think we do. I don't think we need this right now. Because, like, I mean, we have a Marshmallow. We are on 2,900. They are on 2 cards. I don't see how we get I don't see how we get bopped here. I really don't. I don't think we could have set one Vaboku and just like wing it, but our biggest event was 120 players. Right? That's not that bad though, to be fair. 120 is not that bad. I've heard of countries that have smaller tournaments than that. But I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Well, I mean, we can't do much. The Swap Frog sending... I guess we can thin the deck with Swap Frog a little bit. Use effect. I mean, Torrential would kind of suck here, but it's fine. We have a lot of card advantage. So, in these scenarios, I'm not sure if Vaboku and Threatening Roar are the best choice. I understand their purpose, but yeah, I'm just going to thin out another Treeborn Frog here. And then use the effect. Return this to the hand. Set a Dust Tornado and pass. I'm playing Rocket Frog, yeah, because I saw that deck and I had to try it. I simply had no choice but to just try that deck. Yep. The alias comes down. Attack my marshmallow. Nah. Attack it. Do it. Yes. Woo. DD Crow doesn't seem that bad against this deck. I mean, the problem, I guess the way DD Crow works against heroes is if they only have one water in the grave when they activate Miracle Fusion or only one hero, you can Crow that and then make the Miracle Fusion, I'm going to say it, you make the Miracle Fusion fizzle and then that's really good because Miracle Fusion is the best card in the deck. The problem is if they have multiple targets of each, then Crow doesn't do anything. It does work against Hero Blast too, but Hero Blast is mostly a 1 or 2 of. I am not very fond of these Threatening Roars though, so I'm going to try out 2 Crows. Let's just try it. Okay, we have one early, and that's the best point to have it early as soon as they get, you know. Rods XX19, thank you for the prime. A first-time primer here. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Welcome to the stream. Alias. All right, we have Storm. So how many sets are you committing, sir? How many sets? 1. Just 1? All right. So once again, we have to decide... do we set Treeborn or do we set Dupe? I'd say setting Dupe is the slower approach generally, but against heroes, it's, I mean, what type of pushes do they have? Like, if the set is a Phoenix Wing Wind Blast, I guess that's the worst case, but... Delroy Dede, thank you for the prime as well. Appreciate you a lot. Thank you. So... One thing we can do here. We could. I don't think they have Starlight Road. Otherwise, they would probably set more cards. So one thing we can do. It doesn't always work, but we can set Heavy Storm, which would potentially bait them into setting a second card, so we can get huge value from the Heavy Storm. It doesn't always work, but it can. I'm going to try to show you the Pro Storm. Sometimes it works, but that's the idea basically in these formats where Heavy Storm is a thing. You want to commit one back row, even if you have multiples, right? You commit one back row, and then your opponent also commits one. So now if you commit a second one, their heavy is still only plus minus 0. So what you can do sometimes is you set your heavy into making your opponent think they can safely set a second card, so then you can heavy storm them from set. Which, if it works, is a pretty rewarding play. But of course, you also expose your heavy storm to removal that way. Yeah, sometimes you just set heavy and they end phase MST it or something. But I was thinking, since we did side deck, that MST and Heavy Storm, MST and Dust Tornado are probably not in their deck because what we are playing. Okay, that is a very aggressive play. The Crow comes in handy here. I didn't even see the Plague Spreader before. I didn't expect the Plague Spreader. I did not expect the Plague Spreader, but that's a heavy commitment into this DD Crow right now. That is crazy, because it's cost to put on top of the deck, so they still have to do it. And now they can't even beat over my Dupe Frog. Hello. That was such a neck. That was such a neck play, dude. Oh god. I mean, it was risky, but oh god. I mean, the thing is, I don't really understand this, because what was the payoff here? What was the plan? Did you plan to go like Brionac, bounce the Dupe Frog? That's only 4,000 damage. I guess Brionac is a Sea Serpent, right? So it's 4,400 damage, but it's not even close to game. All right, we draw into the heavy again. For a second, I thought they were gonna Wing Blast my Dupe Frog, and I had a dead heavy set. I was afraid of that, but they did something much weaker than that. I mean, we are also not having... We don't have any pressure. We don't have any Monarchs, any Tuners, nothing. So we are also kind of forced to take it slow. We could set up the Swap Frog. Just go totally? Yeah, fair enough. Good point. Good point. Just go totally awesome, yeah. I think setting Treeborn is a little more safe, though. No, there's no Veiler. The only hand traps that there are, there's DD Crow. There's DD Crow. There is Fader, Gore's Tragodia, which kind of count. They don't prevent anything, but they kind of work. There's Honest. There's Herald of the Orange Light. And I also saw a card recently that I saw for the first time, which was Hedgeguard from Gladiator Beasts, which caught me off guard in the YCS Leon side events. There was someone hedgeguarded me in Gladiator Beasts, which was kind of sick. There's also Colute. Yeah, there's Colute because it's the same thing as Honest, basically. There is Swift Scarecrow, I think, but no one plays that. Okay, Gore's solidifies. Oops. Misclick. Effect Swap Frog. I'm just gonna send a backup Treeborn just in case they did side deck any DD Crows themselves. I thought Twitch didn't do any ads when subbed. You should not get any ads, no. Also, Subdoc, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. I don't think I said that, but I saw that. Appreciate you. Alright, so I'm gonna send a second Swap Frog just in case there's a DD Crow at some point. I'm gonna swap, bounce back to hand, and now pass. Skullmeister is not available? When did Skullmeister release? Skullmeister, I don't see it. It doesn't see play in Edison. It released in Starstrike Blast, which is after Edison. That is after Edison. That released in November of 2010. Ooh, there's a Diva. That is strong here. Diva is strong. Thank God we picked up the Gores. They get another Gilman. Now they are stronger than Dupe Frog, actually, on the Gilmans, because they both push each other by 800. So the Dupe Frog dies, and we add, since we already have a swap, I think it's Unifrog again. Could also go for Flip-Flop, but... Flip-Flop, Unifrog. Let's go Unifrog. The Diva attacks this, yeah. And then the Alias should attack first. Yeah, Alias should attack first. Do I take this 21? I think I do for the bigger Gores. Yeah, 21, and then we get a big Gores, and next turn we go Solemn Judgment. We go Heavy Storm, and then we pop off. A little bit. We do a little bit of popping off. I mean, they can make a... What can they can make, like, Mistworm to bounce the Gores back. That's not that bad. Trish was still an OCG exclusive. Trish is not here, but I think it's good that Trish is not here. Trish, if you compare Trishola to all the other synchros in this format, it is so much stronger. Like, Trishola is so much stronger than everything. It's a huge power spike from this era. Like, Trishola is so sick. Oh, they make a level 8. Colossal Fighter, fair enough. We can enemy that. Oh god, if they don't have Starlight Road, they might just die. How much is that? 27, 21. Colossal with enemy controller is going to be 29 because the Alias ends up in the graveyard. That's not quite game, but it's a lot. Top deck, a Dust Tornado. I kind of wish we took... what's it called? I wish we took Flip-Flop Frog now. Enemy, take Colossal, activate Heavy Storm. If Heavy Storm works, we have 800, 2900, 5800 not game. So enemy, take the Colossal right now. It does not win us the game, unfortunately. I don't think I'll do it then. Because if I enemy controller the Colossal Fighter and then I can't get rid of it, I just have to give it back and I'm left with no defense. I know Frog returns, but what do I do? We here to burn? I mean, we are here to burn, but we can burn with enemy controller at any time. I think it's main phase. And I think it's heavy. Charlotte Perospero, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. All right, I don't think there's a Starlight Road because we've been thinking for a while now, and that would not happen. There's a Gemini Spark. Okay, that's fine. Pop Gores. Now I can think about using the enemy because it just burns them basically for 2900. Sec. I think I'll chain the enemy. I mean, now I know they have Solemn, but in that case, it's even more burn. Yeah, I'll activate it. Yeah. Plus 50. Yeah, Solemn. Yeah, now it's unfortunate. Now it is very unfortunate that we did not get Flip-Flop Frog. Flip-Flop Frog would be very good here. Why did it... Oh, draw from Gemini Spark. I don't even want to set Dust Tornado is the problem. Unifrog can attack directly. But that's only very small burn damage. Very weak. It's just... I think it's just pass and we have to hope... First of all, we need to really hope that there's no Miracle Fusion, because this is the first time a hero has hit the graveyard. It's very likely they have Miracle Fusion. And if you do draw a card, you don't draw or spark, by the way, because it didn't pop. That is, of course, good. But I still think it's just a... I mean, we go Unifrog. We go Swap Frog to deck thin. Get out another Swap Frog from the deck. Bounce, pass. We have like a lot of good draws. We can draw into the Tuner. We can draw any Monarch. They don't have a monster or Miracle Fusion. That's good because it gives us so much time. It gives us so much time. Set one. They can now set both because Storm is gone. Yeah. Vaboko, I guess, buys us a turn. It's kind of funny because we can Unifrog, attempt to kill a back row with it. If they don't use a back row, if it works, we can protect it with Vaboko. I don't hate that idea. Will you be doing Master Duel when we get Tears plus Ishizu? Mirror Force the Unifrog. No! Okay. Set Dust. Pass. We will do Master Duel tomorrow if they drop the Ishizu cards tomorrow, yeah. We will experiment a little bit with Ishizu. I don't know when they bring out Tears. They Mirror Force the small little Unifrog, dude. It's not fair. Don't top deck Miracle Fusion, please. Or Stratos. Okay, that's okay, I guess. I'm still annoyed by that, but that's alright. A lot of damage being dealt. Alex Xenomorph, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. Long time support. I appreciate you. Oh. That's not gonna work. Alright. We stay alive. Give me a Monarch. That is... I mean, the Crow means that top deck Miracle Fusion is not working for them. Plus 100 life points? No, this is 2900 because there's one warrior in the grave. This is 29, not 28. Get your colossal math right. Miracle is still alive, but then they would have to banish from field, right? It can banish from field. Can it banish from field? Yeah. I guess I can set Swap Frog and Waboku, and then depending on whether they have another monster, I can decide to either use Waboku or Swap Frog. It can? Okay, I thought it was hand and grave for a reason. I don't know why. E. Okay, well, it is. We are in a little bit of a pickle. We do need to top deck next turn. Please pop back row. Please pop back row. Don't search another monster. Don't go another plus. Please, surely you pop the back row. It could be Mirror Force. It could be Mirror Force. Pop. 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 They are not respecting my Mirror Force. Which I do play, by the way. What the alias doing? Okay. This is all, it's so dumb. This is my fault, by the way. If we lose this, it's my fault because I added Unifrog. It was so much better to get Flip-Flop Frog. Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, next card is Turbo Rocket. Next card is Creature Swap. Next card is Mirror Force. Next card is Kaya's. Next card is Turbo Rocket. Next card is Kaya's. Oh, next card is Flip Flop Frog. Oh my god, dude. All the bombs are gone. Hey. GG. Next. Next. We played some Runic Sprite with that list yesterday. I think it is... I don't think it's necessarily your fault. I think this deck needs more bombs, by the way. I'm pretty sure this deck needs more, like... This deck needs more oomph. Like, these Vabokus and Threatening Roars... Don't know if that's it, Chief. Like, Vaboku I understand, but I don't like 6 copies. What do you think about Gold Pride Punk? It's probably playable, but not top tier, is what I would say. Oh, nah. Did they draw Titanial or not? Surely they did not draw Titanial. They never do. Does it need a Light and Darkness Dragon? I personally like Light and Darkness Dragon. Alright, Dupe Frog dies and grabs. This time around, I will grab the Flip Flop because it's a more impactful card, I think. We draw Sussy Toad. We could just set Treeborn. Wouldn't Treeborn be better? I mean, we have Treeborn. Or do you mean setting Treeborn? It depends. I think the thing about Dupe Frog is that it becomes less impactful the longer the game goes, because the chance that they put a bigger monster on the field that can just run over it is like a lot higher. Whereas on the first turn, most decks will not out the Dupe Frog, right? And so like you can stick the Dupe Frog to the field. It's there. It solidifies your board. But yeah. The worst that could happen is like a Caius on this, but they would have to tribute Titanial. I think that's I didn't quite catch that. Can you repeat the message in chat? Because you said something about trying out a deck. Is it an Edison deck? If I like the looks of it, I'm down to deck build it a little bit. But I think my text to speech volume on that was a little bit too low. I might have to turn that up. Does Flip Flop target? I don't think it does. No. They said something about a hat deck. Oh, hat format. I mean, if I ever do a hat format stream, then sure, but not during an Edison stream. All right, set one, pass. Oh, it's the thing is, we draw Gores almost every game. We are being very lucky with that. This deck probably should have Tragodia, honestly, because Gores is so good at like relieving pressure from this deck when you play slow, and like Tragodia would be the same thing. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what deck I want to play for hat format. I honestly, looking back, I think it's just Infernity that's the best. Here, we are going to trade the Reza for the Titanial. They can negate the Reza and destroy it because Titanial, but we need to get rid of this Titanial. This Titanial is way too big. Yeah, and then since we have Gores, we don't mind just passing. I made a deck using the familiar possessed cards and hands. Okay, I see now. I mean, I'm not that much into hat format. I'm not that much into hat format, but if I ever do make a hat format stream, then sure, I'm glad to look at some innovative stuff. But not during Edison, you know. Any reason you aren't going for the dupe lock with flip flop? I mean, I just don't like committing 3 cards into back row. That's all. These cards. This is really the bane of my existence today. The Vaboku and threatening roars. I really don't like that. I mean, now we can go for a substitute. Yeah. I can get behind the idea of Vaboku because it sometimes buys you a turn, and with Turbo Rocket you can just crash and do a lot of damage. I like that idea. With I'm not so sure about. I'm really not so sure about the threatening roars. I feel like that would better be if it's a Tragodia and then some more pressure. Like another. I don't know why there's only 2 Rezas. I think Testalos also really fits the playstyle of this deck because it does burn damage sometimes, and that helps. And you can commit Testalos into back row, and it doesn't matter because if it gets bottomless, it still takes away a card from the hand. I like that. I'm gonna go through all the frogs here. I don't want to draw into any more frogs. Swap sends another substitute. Effect, tribute swap. Summon another swap. Effect swap. Send the last substitute. And then I think what we go for here is we tribute this to summon a dupe frog. And then you go effect substitute, tribute itself, and we summon a unifrog. And just try to see what that back row is all about. Beep. It is a prison. It's unfortunate. If it was like a bottomless trap hole, we would have done all this to snipe the bottomless in the end. That would have been very cool. But it is not. Okay, now, if there's a Caius, we have Gores, so we're I. Maybe more Cylinder? Cylinder is limited. Cylinder is limited back then, because it did actually do significant burn damage, and it was not that easy to always play around it. Is it legal to look in your deck to see if you have a target for a card? No. Ring of Destruction is still banned at the time. Ring of Destruction is banned at the time. Okay, Raikou. Nowadays, now this is a thing that I actually also still get mixed up in Edison format. But these days, Raikou is simultaneous, as it clearly says on the card. I am not sure if this is the case in Edison. Like, I don't know if Dupe Frog will miss timing here. I am not sure if Dupe Frog will miss timing. It misses timing? Okay. I mean, okay, anyways, yeah, it's fine. All right. Junk Synchron Kai's Pot of Avarice. All right. Edison Format website has the rulings for Raikou? Yeah, I was just checking if someone just knows right off the bat. Debris. They go for Iron Chain Dragon. Okay. That's a little scary. Because it's going to mill 3, and I have already milled all my frogs away, so it's going to mill powerful cards. Mill Lava Golem, mill Vaboku. Okay, that's not very bad. And Turbo Rocket. That's annoying. I wanted that. I'm not mad about losing the Boku though, if I'm gonna look at my hand here. Ooh. Declare Treeborn. All right, now the set card is most likely another Raikou. Most likely another Raikou. We haven't seen Mirror Force yet, so I don't like committing for a brain control play. We once again don't have a Monarch. I really think it comes down, we need more Monarchs. The turning both to attack is almost the same as only turning one to attack, because if I turn one to attack and they have like a Prison or Mirror Force, they can just Raikou flip or Kaius banish the other one. So I think turning both to attack is the most reasonable. Because at the end of the day, if it's a Mirror Force, it's still only a 1-for-1 trade Mirror Force against Gores. So the Book of Moon. Set. Oh, your lone fire is also in attack. Debris always does attack. Now the question is, oh good. I'll just take 500 because they probably would have attacked with the lone fire first. The question is, do we double KO do we double the Iron Chain or do we take 2k here? I think we take the juicy 2k. Juicy 2k is what we do. And then in main phase 2, we can set flip-flop, and that means that if they have... I mean, the problem is Raikou plus Kaius. Raikou, Kaius, pop, face down, banish Gores. This is still 20... This is fine. Thank you, Subtroop. I do like it a lot. The numbers on the streams and the videos on YouTube have been worse, but I still think every once in a while I am going to do it simply because I enjoy it so much. I'm just gonna throw a threatening roar down here because, like, I have so many, I might as well, like, expend one of them. And thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate you. Iron Chain attack. Oh, that. Oh, bounce both. Oh, God. Oh, that is a nasty flip-flop frog, dude. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. That flip-flop hit different. I'm gonna MST because Torrential and Force are very likely here. Yep. That was very likely for that to be a Torrential tribute. I am going to Fleep the Gores. Now, we could be greedy and aim for more damage by summoning Swap Frog and attacking with Swap Frog first with the read that this could be a Raikou. The problem is if we do that and if it's Hamster, then we have a problem. I still think we summon the Swap Frog. I just think we swing with the Gores first. Because if it's a Raikou, the Gores is the card that the Raikou really wants to pop. So that makes it awkward for them. It's just dandy. Okay, in that case, none of what I just said mattered. Yeah. Thoughts on the second pre-prep for the Borger archetype? We've read it earlier. I think it's a good card. I don't know if it makes it not a meme deck, though. Swap returns to hand, and we pass. Okay, I mean, at this point, they are really looking for a Pot of Avarice. And then, like, yeah. I don't know if it's a quick draw deck yet. Could be, could not be. Ooh, just set one. All right. Reza, and it can't be torrential. Okay, we're drawing out of our minds right now. The torrential, we got MST on torrential, and now, oof. We know it's not torrential. In worst case, it's bottomless. Worst case, it's bottomless. That's fine. Book of Moon makes them live. Small attack first in case of Gores. Isn't Pot of Avarice and Substitute very good? It is. Which is the reason why you would maybe consider it in this deck. But, yeah. Ooh, God, the greedy Gores down to 800. That is not... I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's correct. But, hey, you do you. There's no shot. You should have just, like, sacrificed your token for 2,700 life points. But, I mean... up to you. I'm gonna protect my Reza here with the Threatening Roar, and then we can potentially bounce it with Swap Frog for some action. Fusilier, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate you. Thoughts on seeing a bunch of Mathmech tops after your video spot the other day? What do you mean? The fact that I've always said that I think Mathmech is an okay deck. I just, like, don't like it personally. I never said the deck is bad. Draw Turbo Rocket, please? I wish. I'm not very good at drawing it today. I've only milled it so far in this game. I've drawn it once or twice in the first match. Pop. I mean... 800 life points. It's really hard to survive this brain control right here. There it is! Never mind. We just win with Turbo Rocket. We don't need to do anything. Pog! Best feeling ever. This is the best day ever. Turbo Cannon. Boom! This is great. Okay. DD Crow is really good here. Screw Threatening Roar. Screw Threatening Roar, and Vanity's Fiend is also really good against these types of decks, but Raikou just outs it, so I'm not sure. We're definitely doing this. We're definitely doing this. I'm not sure how much I love the Lava Golem. We haven't really pulled it off yet, but I guess it can be nice. Vanity's Fiend is really good against Quick Draw Synchron, but we haven't seen any of those, so I'm gonna let off on the Vanity's Fiend. Roar is better than Vaboku? I don't think so. Vaboku, I think, is better because you can crash your Turbo Rocket or your... Yeah, you can crash your Turbo Rocket to use its effect to deal a lot of damage, and it will survive. Turbo Cannon is an old super without reprint. I'm scared at what you'll be able to do with its price. I don't think... We always have Gores, dude. It's crazy with this deck. We are just crazy with the Gores. The question here is, do we bounce this Swap Frog, or do we try and force the Raikou immediately? I think we have try and see if it's Raikou. If it's Hamster, this is bad. Yep. Maybe it was safer to just bounce. Maybe it was safer to just dip and bounce, but it's alright. Since we have Gores, this is really what makes us able to, like, play like that. The problem now is that Gores is significantly weaker when they have a set Raikou, because they can just pop the Gores in main phase too. Oh, okay. This one is almost certainly over. This is not looking good. This is not looking very good. Well, 2,400 Gores it is. The problem is now they can go flip Raikou, pop this, and then Kaiu's banish Gores, and Okay, that's not how flipping works, but hey. Okay, they milled Dandy. They don't get tokens. But they also filled up their pot of avarice now. I'm in shambles if they have pot of avarice and just milled 5 monsters. Okay, they don't. We do have a 2400 token now. We do draw into more useless. This deck needs more monarchs, dude. Aww. I hope this is not Book of Moon. It's not. Decree. Is this game 1? No, it's game 2. Decree against my deck? Monka S. I can set up something with special swap, use substitute. It basically forces them to add back Crow with Drill Warrior. And it filters all the frogs from my deck. I kind of like that. Okay, so I'm going to special summon this. I'm going to send another substitute from deck to grave. And then I'm going to normal summon the substitute. This will be enough to take out all the monsters. Like I can substitute, attack over the Dandy token. Swap attack over the Raiko. We're actually not looking that bad just yet for some reason. And this is 1300. We're like okay as long as they don't find Avarice. And then main phase 2, we go substitute. We can just put the Duplock up. But Duplock doesn't prevent the thing from attacking directly, right? You cannot target monsters for attacks, yeah. It does not prevent the Drill Warrior from attacking directly, unfortunately. So maybe we set up a flip-flop and a Dupe Frog instead. Is what I'm thinking. To grave. Special swap. Send Unifrog. We don't need that. To grave. Special dupe. To grave. Special dupe. To grave. Special flip flop. Flip flop effect to set it. And pass. If you give up the token, you can set up flip substitute. I mean, the thing is, though, that I have... the token has 2400. It's like my main point of pressure right now. I don't want to give up the token. What did they add back? Dandy, right? Yeah. Have punch for 12. Drill Warrior slow burn. Set up tokens, which the thing is, we have a counter for the tokens because we can always bounce the tokens. I hope they don't have torrential. Oh, Black Rose, that's so nasty. Oh, god damn. Top deck Debris Dragon, dude. Not fair. And we even missed timing on Dupe Frog, dude. Oh my god, that was nasty. Oh, and the Turbo Rocket doesn't do much now. It doesn't do anything right now. Okay. I mean, we do have the Waboku here because they could go Drill Warrior into, like, get Debris into damage a lot of the... We do need to Vaboku this. And I guess we could set the Turbo Rocket because we are going to Vaboku. We are most likely going to Vaboku, so setting the Turbo Rocket doesn't seem that unreasonable. Ah. We also need to stay over Brain Control life, so... This is where they could decide to grab back Crow, but they don't. Okay, interesting. They want more tokens. I think that the Breed Dragon is what ends the game. Most likely. I think that the Breed Dragon is what seals it. Alright, they're just playing it slow and assembling tokens and cards, which is very awkward for me because I can't do anything against just tokens right now. It's like, not a bad draw, it just doesn't do anything right now. Like, what am I supposed to do with a Caius right now? I'm just going to set this, protect it with... I'm forced to Vaboku now anyway, so I might as well set the Turbo Rocket, I think. Now surely you get back your DD Crow. You're zoned out otherwise. Quick draw. Oh, I guess you can just double Drill Warrior. Okay. Well, joke's on you. I was gonna activate that anyways. Alright, discard the quick draw for Drill Warrior. Okay, well. Set one. What do I even want right now? I mean, okay. I can make a level 8 Synchro, but it's only really Stardust Dragon. It doesn't push any damage right now. It just doesn't push any damage. I guess if I go Caius Brain, I can Mistworm to get all the tokens out. Like Brain a token, Caius back row, flip Turbo Rocket, makes a level 9 Synchro, 2500 damage. Put some counter pressure. But then I need to like Vaboku the Drill Warrior every turn, and I don't think I win that race because they have another Dandy in the grave. Nah, this is not winnable. I don't think this is winnable. Book 2. I don't know how we can win this. I'm gonna be honest. Because this deck also doesn't have any tools, I think, to gain more cards in hand. Like, when you're stuck with 1 or 2 cards in hand, you're always going to be stuck with 1 or 2 cards in hand. You have, like, no tools to, You have no tools to fill up your hand again. They did add a quick draw back. Vanities was needed for the matchup. I mean, I didn't know they were playing quick draw. That's the problem, right? It's game 2. We won game 1, and I didn't see a single quick draw in game 1. All I saw was like a junk synchron. So I wasn't sure it was going to be quick draw, because I do think some people play like the Debris Plants, Raiko, Caius stuff without quick draw. And against those decks, I don't think Vanities is as good, because you never really rely on Vanities to win you the game completely. The only good thing about Vanities is if it stays for 1 turn, you lock out the Drill Warrior. So it's really only good against Quick Draw, I think, and not against the other plant decks. Because they can just probably Caius it or Raikou it or whatever. I don't know. Drill Warrior effect to halve. Alright. Battle phase. Attack directly. I'm gonna Vaboku that because it would lock me out of my brain control. Or it would make me lose to a Caius. I don't know what I could draw here to do anything. I don't see it. I really don't see it. I'm still surprised they are still not getting back a DD Crow for my Treeborn Frog. A creature swap. All right, let's go game 3. All right, there is this. Oh yeah, right. You're skiing this weekend. Hey, have fun. Thank you for the 14 months. 14 months, Andy. Okay. Do we need these? I feel like book is okay. You had enemy controller, that wasn't out. Enemy. I mean, it would have done some damage, yeah, enemy, but still not enough, I think. All right, we've drawn a very reasonable hand here, I want to say. And we pass. I think this matchup is generally okay for any Frog Monarch type of build. I think the problem of this build specifically is that cards like Vaboku and Threatening Roar are not that great against the Drill Warrior decks, simply because the Drill Warrior decks do not really do a lot of damage in one swing. It's more of like a grind game where they do small pokes. Do not crow me. Do not crow me. Do not crow me. Please do not crow me. Please do not crow me. Please. Oh, thank you. Bop. Now, here is a problem, though, where I really don't want to attack into Gores. I really don't want to attack into Gores. I kind of want to special swap and immediately get that Caius back to hand. I kind of want to do that. I think that's the play. I think it's special frog, activate effect, send the second Treeborn in case they draw into it, into the Crow. Attack with swap frog. If they don't drop Gores, just go main phase 2. Bounce Caius. Big chilling. Big chilling. This is great. Was Drill good or is opponent cooking? Drill, Quick Draw Synchron won the Shonen Jump Championship Series back then. It is the only winning deck of the format, historically. It is a good deck. I don't think it's the best deck, but it's good and it's very fun. In my opinion, I like it. Bro, time flies when we play Edison every time. It's already 4 p.m. Yeah, it was piloted by Jeff Jones. Yep. Maybe I should have set Vaboku because protecting Swap Frog actually is kind of good. Hold, that's okay. Well, I mean, ooh. All right, well then, I mean, I guess we lose our Caius. We definitely lose the Caius here. The problem now Ah, Trap Dust Shoot is so nasty here. I did all the work to bounce my Caius for them to just draw into Trap Dust Shoot. I'm so mad. The problem is now, if it's Raikou, I don't want to summon Vanity's Fiend just yet. But if it's a hamster, Vanity's Fiend here probably not quite wins the game, but is really good. Oh. If it's another Raikou, it's so bad, dude. But just attacking, like if we don't go for Vanity's Fiend, we have virtually no pressure. We can do a Substitute. We can just do Substitute and just like lock like make a solid board that way and just not attack. I think that's the play. That's probably the most down the middle play that we can make. Is just like set up like 2 Dupe Frogs and a flip flop. And then if it's Raikou, they have to pop the flip flop, but we still have double dupe. Yeah. Special another swap. Do we have another substitute? Wait, where's the last substitute? Do we already have 2 in the grave? Oh yeah, we do. Okay, interesting. Then we're just gonna send the Unifrog. Should have probably cited that out in this matchup, to be fair. Tribute through this. And then tribute through this. Summon this. Tribute this. Summon this. Set that. And pass. This way, if it's a Raikou, they are probably forced to Raikou the flip-flop frog. Otherwise, we can always bounce the Raikou under Vanity's Fiend. Like, we could next turn, if this is a Raikou and they decide to keep it face down because they're afraid of Vanity's Fiend, we can just bounce the Raikou, summon Vanity's Fiend, attack, and then flip back the flip. We basically then, it's like complete lock next turn. Is today only Edison? Playing wise, yes. Talking wise, I don't mind if you ask questions TCG related, like we always do, right? But playing wise, I don't plan on playing anything else other than Edison today. Ooh, they flip. All right, well. Um, I'm not gonna commit Vanity's Fiend into like a torrential tribute, dude. That sounds like not a good time. Also, one thing that's worth noting, every time you get Trap Dust Shooted, it's usually very good to take a more slow approach to the game because that means there's a lot more unknowns in your hand at some point. Like when you go for when you get Trap Dust Shooted and your opponent knows your entire hand, it's very good if you have a line that forces the game to be a little slower, where you can go like where you can find a couple of cards so that they don't know what your set is, for example, or they don't know that you have this or that card in hand. Is Frog FTK considered Gourd format or Edison format? It's Gourd Frog FTK is in neither format. That is in like late 2010. All right, 800 for Dupe Frog. Probably needs to be like a Caius here. Banishing Flip Flop. Oh, banishing another dupe. Interesting. I guess you don't mind if your Caius gets bounced, and I don't know if I want to bounce the Caius. I don't want to bounce the Caius. No, Caius is such a threat that I don't want to bounce it. Mm. Gonna try and see if we can burn for 24 successfully here. We can. All right, nice. And then, I mean, the problem is now we have to do the Vanity's Fiend, which is probably just gonna be met by a set Raikou, but or bottomless. Fine. Still a fine trade. 2 for 2, deal 2400 damage. Not the worst. And pass. We're like very close to winning. Yeah, we have like an econ take for some damage. We have cylinders. Like it's very dangerous for them to play from here on out. And we have a crow ready in case they ever get to do a big debris or avarice play. Their best play once again is probably just set Raikou. Like setting Raikou is such a solid play in Edison at almost any point. Like, yeah. Yep. These cards have really been haunting me today. I know I've said it a bunch, but oh god, okay, that's a lot of damage, but I thought like baiting a Raikou maybe, but I did not expect that. Okay. I guess I'll throw a Vaboku behind my Treeborn because now I'm scared. This deck does not play Iron Chain, no. So I can't make anything with that Debris Dragon. Lone Fire top deck, alright, not very ideal. That's not good. Because that is a big Titanial. Okay, only sending one Lone Fire probably means they don't have... Okay. It's unfortunate because I could go Kaya's Banish Debris and just do 2400, put them down to 900. The problem is that puts me at 2 dead cards in hand. It's so unfortunate because Decree shouldn't be good against my deck. It really shouldn't be. But I drew 3 traps. I think my deck has like 5. So I'm kind of tempted to Kaya's the Decree and just attack the Debris Dragon. Because that gives me, you know, these. Brain Control is gone, so there's really not that much that can happen. I think banishing Decree here is probably fine. Just take the safe route here. Do we set anything? I mean, what could happen? The Debris Dragon could bring back a Lone Fire, which only makes a Black Rose or an Ancient Fairy. We don't need our back row for that. Brain Control is gone. They could the one thing we lose to is special Quick Draw Tribute for Caius. Like, Quick Draw Tribute for Caius is game if we don't set anything. But if I set now and I don't need it, like if they don't have Quick Draw Caius, then I'm locked out of my own Treeborn, which is not great. I'm just passing. We risk it this one turn, and if we have the Treeborn back, we can probably set. Very intense. Ooh, pass. Book of Moon is great because that gives me a lot of safety. Why not set Vaboku? Because it blocks my Treeborn Frog, and if I can't use my Treeborn Frog, that's a lot of value that I lose. The thing is now, Gores is a thing, but if they do Gores, then we have a game at any point with Magic Cylinder. Oh, no Gores. Okay. I'm gonna set Vaboku now. Just Vaboku. I don't like setting Cylinder when they, like, I don't know, when there's like such a high chance of it being heavy stormed or some shit. Yep. Okay, we've baited the heavy storm like a boss, and now we can set Cylinder. Ooh, special Sidra. In defense, though. Oh, top deck Kayas? Nah, they top deck Kayas, dude. Stop. Oh my god. Can I have one too? Nah. God damn. All right, well, set Cylinder, set book, pass. Heavy is gone. I mean, we're not gonna die anytime soon, but don't blind MST my Cylinder, dude. For the love of God. Where are your avarices? Like, draw dead cards because I have DD Crows. Like, try to go Debris Dragon. Try to go Avarice. Please, play into my cards. I put DD Crow in my deck. I haven't been able to use it once. It's good against your deck. It's supposed to... Oh, God. They're playing around Cylinder. Oh, my God. I hate it so much. Where's my Turbo Cannon? I have so many outs. Creature Swap, Enemy Controller, Caius, Reza, Turbo Rocket, dude. I have so many draws that just win me. I have 17 cards left in the deck, and I think like 10 of them win me the game. Oh, god damn. Two enemies. I have two enemies. I have two creature swaps. That's 4. I have 2 Caius. That's 6. I have 3 Turbo Rockets. That's 9. I have 2 Rezas. That's 11. 11 cards at least that I can think of in 17 cards, dude. Can we not accuse random people of stream? I'm not thinking they're stream sniping. I mean, there's okay. There's Lone Fire Blossom. Yep, Bloss. Okay, now if you go for Dandelion and attack with Dandelion, oh my god, this is fucked up. What you're doing right now is fucked up. Is all I'm trying to say. No shot. The problem is if I let this go through, I don't win with so many cards anymore. I will Boku. I'm protecting my Reborn at all costs. Give me a Monarch, please. Anything. I'm begging you, game. Thank you. Oh my god, dude. And this is why I didn't book, by the way, so that I can just attack the Dandy. Oh my god, dude. GG. This is why I have a Boku and not booked. Because if I book the Dandy, then my Reza and Vanity's Fiend are not game. Oh my god. What a freaking nail biter. Okay, let me look at my deck. Game? Not game anymore because of the Dandelion. Not game anymore. Not game. Game. Not game, but good. Game. Game. Not game. Game. Not game. 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 Funnily enough, also most likely game. Game and game. Oh my god. All right, hey, we have time for more. We have time for more. But first up, no. Okay, I baited you. I baited you. We need to take this out. Like, I'm okay with keeping the Vabokus in the deck, but I'm not keeping Threatening Roar. I'm throwing a third Reza. I need that in my life right now. I'm throwing a Tragodia. I'm throwing in a Tragodia. And I might also take out the Lava Golems for some Thestaloses. Like 2 Thestaloses, maybe? And then we take out the Lava Golems, and we also play Solex. Like a 1 or 2 of Solex. That card seems neat. Solex is really good in this deck. Hold up, wait. Soul Exchange works with Substitute and any Monarch. We can play more. I mean, this is now just Frog Monarchs. Now this is just Frog Monarchs. Which is less epic. Now it's just Frog Monarchs. But I guess let's try that for let's take it for a spin. Why not? All right, game is open. Let's go. Pot of average not worth it? Probably. I'm just trying stuff. Okay, I've drawn Tragodia. I already love this way more because we have Tragodia. We've finally drawn a freaking Turbo Rocket. I like this hand. This hand is beautiful. Turbo Cannon first, that German is 24 euros. Is this the power of the one they call John? No, it's not. It's not my fault. I will not drop Tragodia here. I'll tell you why. Is because next turn I'm gonna Treeborn, commit my Turbo Rocket, and I don't want to commit both Tragodia and Turbo Rocket in one turn. Because if I put a Tragodia here and then I summon Turbo Rocket, Torrential kind of takes away all my pressure. Summon Rocket. Book of Moon the Rocket. Okay. Is that worth Vaboku already? I mean, the problem is even if I have Vaboku, they can still banish with Warrior Lady. This is an annoyance. Is it really the first game after I've taken out Threatening Roar where Threatening Roar is genuinely better than Vaboku because my opponent plays DD Warrior Lady? Is it literally that time of the year? I could set Econ. But special swap bounce the rocket. But then they just banish my Treeborn. But I guess I get a second one. Oh, I don't hate that. I don't hate that play. It seems like committing a decent amount, but it's all right. That sounds okay, because we keep the card in the hand that applies pressure. We get a second Swap Frog, even if they decide to banish with Lady. Return this to the hand. And pass. It's okay, I think. This play. It's okay. I don't know what they're playing. I know the dragon deck sometimes plays Lady, and the fairy deck does, yeah. All right, this, and then do we banish this? Probably not. Doesn't make that much sense. Because we have a second one. I guess if you play multiple ladies, maybe, but... I mean, Turbo Rocket is kind of juicy, but I'm also kind of looking at a Soul Exchange Caius right now that's, like, really good. Like a Soul Exchange Caius here is really good. I could also enemy controller, take one. Turbo Rocket into a level 7 or 6. But that doesn't feel that great. I could also just Econ take and Warrior Lady attack banish. That keeps all my resources intact. It doesn't do much damage, but it also clears everything. I like that. Give me that Warrior Lady. Like, just clear both with one enemy. Like, easy +1. Let's do that. Yeah, this is nice. It keeps everything in rotation. I still have all my threats. Yeah, this is good, I think. No Herald? I mean, Herald was not bad there, but Herald would also still not do that much. These Wabokus really ain't it, Chief. These Wabokus really ain't it. Banish the monster, so even if it's a bottomless, we don't trade badly into that. It's most likely D-Prison, but honestly, D-Prison happens eventually. Anyways. Yep. Maybe you take out the Vabokus altogether. Maybe it's just like... Maybe you just play Frog Monarch with Turbo Rocket. But that's not as fun. That's like not as fun. If you just play Frog Monarch with Turbo Rocket, that's not the same. Standby, bring back this. Pass. Sadly, Reza is mandatory. So it would have to spin itself. It's not great. Treeborn Chip. I mean, Treeborn Chip for 100 ends up being a lot more damage for us than for them. So I did take out the Lava Golems, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, now we can go for the Reza. Pop. These are the scenarios where Testalos is really good, by the way. If your opponent isn't committing as much. Ooh, we gain some juicy chip here. Gores is very likely because they only always set one card. But it's okay if we get Gorsed here. We don't get Gorsed. Nice. All right, well then. It's a little bit worrisome that we have two Solexes in the hand and this was our last Monarch, which that is a problem, but it's probably okay. Having Rocket as a backup is sick. It is kind of... I'm not sure, though, if it's cute, but I'm not sure if it's better than just playing more Monarchs, because if you really think about it, Turbo Rocket works with the same cards as Monarchs. Like, it takes your normal summon, and it works with Threeborn, it works with Brain Control. It's like the same thing. Okay, we get Honest here, that's fine. So I'm not sure if it's better than a Monarch in this, in this, which is basically Frog Monarch, but it is very cool, to say the least. Ooh, Unifrog. Heck. I think this is the set that we bounced with Reza, so it's most likely not a book, or it's most likely not a book or bottomless. It's like Mirror Force or Prison, I think. So we can safely go for the Turbo Rocket, I think. Like, this is a good play, but it could have also just been a Monarch, right? I could have just gone Monarch. But there's not many. Like, we already played the maximum amount of Caius and Reza, which are the removal Monarchs, right? So, let me just set Vaboku to protect this Turbo Cannon. So finally, we are putting good use to Vaboku, right? Protect Turbo Cannon from attacks. That is a good use of Vaboku. Yeah, finally. And then we get to use its effect again. to pop the card to gain. It gains a lot of tempo if you protect Turbo Cannon with Vaboku. It's kind of nice. Doesn't even target. But boom, blows up the Nova Summoner. Blows up the Nova Summoner, and here we can do a cool thing. We can Reza the old back row, which we've already figured out is not something that responds to Reza because we've done it previously. See? The new one could also be another prison or something, but we can now test this, and they will draw another D prison or something. I love Monarchs, dude. I just love Monarchs. All right, 2,400 damage has been inflicted. I'm going to set this Vaboku to protect this Turbo Cannon even more. They're going to draw into a Deep Prison or Mirror Force here. Mark my words. This card is Deep Prison or Mirror Force. The Reza next turn is not going to connect. But if the last card in their hand is a monster, they try to attack over Turbo Cannon, we can Vaboku again. Call of the Haunted. All right. Oh, interesting. They didn't go for the DD Warrior Lady. They could have gone DD Warrior Lady to play around Vaboku, but now the Turbo Cannon is going to do some work again. Oh, this is so sick. We're playing around the prison. Oh, I take damage? Oh! Never mind. Then we make Mistworm. Yeah, it's Mirror Force. I knew that. I didn't know that. Oh, God. Hey, that makes it a little bit worse. I thought I was doing such a cool thing, man. Oh, my God. I thought it was so cool. Play around Mirror Force. Ah, Sag. Is too late. Maybe I could have won. Did we do that earlier? I don't remember. Against the Fairy deck. I think Dust is solid. We might need Book because it outs Christia. That might be the reason why Book is here. Mistworm isn't 3 materials? It is, but I had Turbo Rocket, Treeborn, and Reza. That's 9. Solex outs it. I'm gonna side out. What do I side out in this matchup? Everything seems nice. Maybe I don't side the Dust Tornadoes. Yeah, let's not side Dusts. Oh, that's a bad hand because 2 dead Solexes, but it has a lot of good top decks. Oh, give me a Thestalos one time, baby. Thestalos one time. Oh, Dupe Frog. Disappointing Dupe Frog. Okay, it's not a Raikou deck, so setting Dupe Frog is actually okay, maybe. Set is most likely, what is it, like Nova Summoner, those types of cards. I could also I'm just gonna get I think I'm just gonna get the Treeborn Frog out, though. Let's just run out the Treeborn Frog, return this to hand. It's like, It's gonna hurt because this is like 1400 attack, most likely, plus like a normal summon lady. Or another 1400 beater, we take 2800, which is a decent amount of damage. But it shall be okay, I think. It is a warrior lady, yep. But only the warrior lady attacks. Okay, that's good news. That's good news because that means oh, not more frogs. Do we bring back the Treeborn? I guess it does out the warrior lady. Like if we have a second Treeborn, if we trade this Treeborn for the warrior lady, I'm not too mad about it. So I'm just going to set Dupe Frog question mark? Yeah, pass. Why does this deck not run Raikou? They can run Raikou actually. If I said they don't, then that was probably wrong. They run like 2 to 3 Raikous usually because you can mill some fairies and it's a good removal tool. Yeah, they probably do play they probably do play Raikou. All right, I'm going to since we haven't had many Pepe D situations today, let me just quickly adjust the sub goal so maybe we can get one last in for the day. How does that sound? Make it a little bit more close. Okay, they attack here, so they take 500 and probably banish, honestly. That's really annoying for them, Dupe Frog. Do you banish or not? I feel like you do, but at the same time, Warrior Lady is a good card. Alchemist. I love Dimensional Alchemist. That's one of my favorite cards, dude. Space Fighter? What? If this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, activate one of these effects. This card can make a second attack in a row. Target a set card, destroy it. Special summon a multi-token. Oh, that thing feasts on my Treeborn Frog. I don't like that. Activate enemy again, targeting the warrior lady. We do the same old tango again. Enemy warrior lady is really weak to enemy controller. I just realized. Phase of battle, attack. A prison? Well, okay. We trade a prison for we trade enemy for prison and warrior lady, still really good. Main phase 2, I mean, set flip-flop looks juicy here. Simply because they can't attack over it right now. What about participating in an RBET in stream? I think that would be sick. I could, maybe. I could think about it. If there's ever one happening, you can tell me about it on like Discord and then I'll see if I have time. Alchemist effect. Yep. Banishes a Raikou. There it is. They do play Raikou. Oh, the flip-flop frog. If they don't have a Herald of the Orange Light, this flip-flop frog kind of nukes them here. Oh. Whee. Effect. You kind of need Herald of the Orange Light on this flip-flop frog. This flip-flop frog is nasty. But oh my god. Okay. I don't know if I should Caius the back row here. If it's not torrential, I'm very happy to do so. I think I just attack for 500. Slow burn. Slow burn, baby. Yep. Main phase 2. Set. And pass. Because this board is really threatening to them anyways. Because I bounce all the monsters all the time. I bounce all the monsters every time. So I really don't need to commit a Caius. Set 1. Pass. Alright, Substitute. I really wish I could stop drawing frogs at this point in the game. I've drawn like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frogs. No, one was a send from Swap Frog. I've drawn 6 frogs in the first 10 cards. Boop. Effect. Attack. Set. And I think set substitute. Okay. A lot of damage for them here, but very scary card. Very scary play. Especially if they can set... Christia is not that bad because we have Solex. But yeah, this card is legal in Edison. It's a one-off that some decks can play, and it's good sometimes. Oh, Caius too? 2 Christia Tribute Summon. Wait, but how are you gonna out my Flip-Flop Frog? How are you gonna out my Flip-Flop Frog, sir? I'm just gonna bounce your Christia. Also, your shit gets banished at the end. Okay, well. Effect. I'm gonna grab myself a Unifrog because I don't have that yet. DD Warrior Lady. Okay, this thing makes a token. Oh, target a set card and destroy it. Giga 5 head. Okay. And then 500 damage from this. Yep. Okay. I mean, interesting. The Lord British Space Fighter outing my Flip-Flop Frog. I did not have that on my bingo card for today's stream, but it did just happen. This is banished in the end phase. In this standby phase, I do not get back my Treeborn Frog. I could Heavy Storm. But then I don't have a good Solex banish. So I guess I'll just Solex Christia. And hope that the back row is not bottomless. But even if it is bottomless, we trade even. When it is Call of the Haunted. Nice. We just get a free +1 there. And they are down to only 2 fairies in the graveyard. And we pass. I could have bounced Caius with Swap Frog. Maybe that was good. Alchemist, yep. It's another Raikou. Christia top of deck? No, it's... Oh, wait. Oh. Christia was supposed to go to the top. So return, just return whatever you drew and add Christia. It's fine. We will just trust them on whatever they top decked. It's okay. Just they top deck Christia and then the rest of the deck was random. It's whatever. So set this. And this. I thought it was only when Christia was destroyed. I didn't know it was when it was also just like tributed. Ooh, top deck Turbo Rocket. Top deck Turbo Rocket is not that great here, honestly, because it will, like, Turbo Cannon will trigger the... Turbo Cannon will trigger the Dimensional Alchemist. No, wait, it misses timing. Hold up. Inflict, destroy a monster and inflict damage. Does that miss timing? I think it does. Someone said and in Edison is treated as and if you do. And that means... But that's simultaneously, right? Oh god, I hate these types of rulings. It's simultaneous? Okay, then it won't work. Unfortunate. Do we have another play? We have normal turbo, special summon 2 swap frogs. So we can go level 6 synchro. Bryanak, bounce. That's not quite enough. Turbo rocket, crash. While attacking, this card cannot be destroyed by battle. So I can like normal summon turbo rocket, crash, deal 650. Main phase 2 make turbo cannon, deal another 650. But doesn't not quite enough. Unifrog can attack directly. You have Brio plus swap. I have Brio plus Treeborn. I have Brio plus Treeborn, not Brio plus swap. It's awkward. Very awkward. They have 1 fairy in the grave. They add... The problem is if I go Turbo Rocket now, they just add a freaking Lord British Space Fighter back, and that's not good for me. I'm just gonna hope to draw a Monarch. Are you playing pre-errata Goyo? Of course, yeah. Edison is always with the cards at the time. I think I don't like, I hate to say it, but I don't like the huge frog engine in these decks. I like a little frog engine. I don't like the big frog packages because you draw too many frogs, evidently. The burn makes Alchemist miss timing? Apparently not. We just talked about it. I don't think it does. I don't think it does. I think the way it's worded, it's simultaneous. Oh, Alchemist to defense. Set monster pass. That is not the tribute monster I was looking for. Now, did anything change? Special? No. I could Solex the set monster and tribute summon a Tragodia. Or just like Unifrog over the... I could Unifrog over the Alchemist, but I'm really afraid of it adding something back. Couldn't use Synchro for Goyo and take Alchemist? I can, but that's not a very good play because it still triggers in the graveyard, and then when they kill it, for me, it still triggers again. Please do not mill 3 fairies. Okay, no fairies. Good. It's crazy how I added so many Monarchs to the deck, like so many power plays, and I still don't draw any. Like, I've drawn 1 out of 8. 8. Oh, tribute summon that. Okay, fair enough. So 1, 2 fairies in the grave. Turbo cannon targets? How? Once per turn, you can destroy face up. This is so dumb if this targets. Activate Space Typhoon off the top. Set heavy. Okay, how do you not have a play? Flip Trag. Please. I forgot Swap Frog. I forgot Treeborn. Oh, God. What was your hand? Oh, it's Orange Light? Okay, Orange Light, Gores, Alchemist, Brain, Christia. Well, why don't you set Alchemist? Why don't you set Alchemist? I guess you... you had Herald for Caius. I guess they were waiting to go Herald and Alchemist together to have 4 fairies in the grave. Well, all right, we have time for more. We have time for more. Bring him. Bring him. Want to cook some in Edison? What's your... Tell me your idea. Maybe we can cook with it. What is your favorite deck in Edison, chat? If you've played before. Even if not, you can tell me what you like. Oh, a card destruction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I like my hand more than before. The only thing that's Monka is that I didn't find Tragorgors. Or you're not about to FTK me, are you? You're not about to FTK me, are you? What is your deck? What is the recipe? Do I die? No shot. What is this crazy recipe you are bringing upon me here? Streamer didn't draw 6 command. I'm not that used to DB, okay? Leave me alone. Don't bully me. Neil, though, thank you so much for the 5 gifties to get us to the sub goal. You know what that means. Whee. Oh. That Caius is one juicy son of a, you know. The problem is, no, it is not a problem. I appreciate you, Neil. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. I think we're gonna go ahead and Caius that plague for a solid 1,000 burn and getting rid of it. And then we also run over this zombie master, which makes me feel very good because that is now 4 darks in the graveyard. So no dark armed. And also no, even after value, it's only 2. I will, however, maybe set the Mirror Force because I am afraid of this deck somewhat, but I do want to follow up with the Thestalos next turn. They don't have it. They don't have it. One, two, three, four. Oh, you have 4 Lightsworns. Oh, well. How convenient that you card destructions for 3 Lightsworn and then drew a JD. How convenient of you to do that. And now, okay, we live. 23, 3,000. Oh, God. Thank you for the 13 months. Ooh, Solex maybe helps. F. Solex helps because it outs JD. Pop. Effect. This one. Solid. Solid. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. We are cooking. We are living. We are living. We have the biggest monster on the field, and we have a Mirror Force. The Caius range? Bro, if there's Caius in this deck too, this is madness. What the hell is this? Lightsworn, Zombie, Vayu, Chaos Sorcerer, Card Destruct. What is happening? Looks funny. If you draw like this, yeah, it's funny. Okay, I need to mirror force this because of honest. All right, we are heavy cooking. Bro, if they milled a wolf and killed me, I would have been mad as shit, dude. Oh, a razor. Ooh, a razor. Okay, hold up. How do we do this? How do we not die? We can we don't have a swap frog. We can't even bounce the Testalos. We're still dead? No, we're not dead. The Mizuki only brings back a zombie master. There's no plague. So raise out that to the top, and if they don't have a light monster, their honest in hand doesn't do anything. They didn't normal summon last turn. Wait, I wish there was a thought ruler, but I mean, it is what it is. Maybe there was an argument to go Substitute into set up a dupe frog. So they have to attack that. I swear to God, if you put a Gorse down on me right now. Oh God, this is so close. Hands off the keyboard. Yeah, you have honest. I know you have honest. What do you mean? That's 200 damage. That's 200. That's not game, brother. That's 100 more. That's not game. That's not game. You don't win yet. What are you doing? Oh, the Mizuki kills me. Oh, nah. Okay, the Mizuki kills me. Oh my God. Screw this game, dude. Screw this game. Oh my God. What the hell was this? What the hell was this game? I am so confused. Where's my Vaboku this game, by the way? I've been drawing Vaboku and Threatening Roar all day, except for this matchup. The one matchup where it would have been good, dude. Well, DD Crow angle for sure, and I'm locking you out of playing. I don't care. I don't need these. These never work, because they will always have JD. I'm sniping your JD with Testalos, by the way. I don't need Unifrog. And I am taking out a frog card, I think. I don't like drawing that many frog cards, really. I think I can take out a substitute. Or a flip-flop frog, because this matchup's very fast. I'm scared now. Okay, there we go. Go. Do not Aaron. I swear to God. Thank you. Do not wolf. Do not wolf. Stop. They did wolf. They did wolf. I can Soul X the Trooper just to get it off the field. I'm gonna Soul X the Trooper. And Testalos you over that. Effect. Not bad. Not bad. Do we need a Vaboku just yet? I don't think so. Famous last words. I don't like swap bounce Testalos here. Because, like, Testalos forces them to do something. Okay, Plague is annoying. How is this deck applying so much pressure? It shouldn't do this. It shouldn't do this. Your deck should not do this. Where's my DD Crow when I need it? Oh my god, they stacked the Wolf. Literally 2010 Kelbeck right now. Also, Astagram, thank you for the 4 months. I don't think I said that, but appreciate that. Thank you. Lethal? I mean, they still need a lot more for this to be lethal. Right? Because they don't have a zombie in the grave yet. But they can just take my Testalos. They can take Testalos, Plague attack this, 2100, make a level 8 in main phase 2. Is still a lot of pressure. But they are doing something else. Rio bounce swap frog? Treeborn frog? Yeah, okay. I mean, that's a good tempo play because they don't know that I have. They don't know that I have swap frog. So this usually should take a lot of tempo out of my, out of my turn. Set 1 even. Okay. Marshmallow. Yep. Here. Special swap. Normal turbo rocket. Bounce swap. Normal treeborn as my additional normal summon. Make the thingy to destroy Goyo or Brionac. Probably Brionac. Yeah. Special effect. Send another Treeborn. Effect. Extra normal Treeborn. Normal summon Turbo Rocket. I could take 1,000 into by crashing into Thestalos and then deal 1,200 to them, but I think at the life point totals we are at right now, that does not feel very good. So I'm gonna go Turbo Cannon and pop the Brionac. Set Vaboku to protect my Turbo Cannon and pass. I see another foment they had to rid Ronin. I mean, Ronin was not out yet, so no, Ronin is not a problem card in Edison format. But nice chatting. Vaboku. Stand by. Bring this back. Effect, pop the Goyo. We're kind of cooking. It's kind of going somewhere. The Thestalos is still a problem, but I mean, we have kind of somewhat. I don't want to say the word stabilized before they pop off in our face again, but we have kind of done some stabilization. We do a little bit of stabilizing here. A little bit. Battle phase, need to take out the turbo cannon. You're not part of the turbo team. Okay. Set 1. Probably a Raiko. Oh, I hope it's a Raiko. Give me back my Thestalos. And pop that Raiko out of there. That's banished. And that's distributed. So that's 1,000 damage. And that's a pass. All right. I mean, oh, nah. Okay, Pog. One Lightsworn, two Lightsworns, three Lightsworns. They only have three Lightsworns, so even if they have like a monster reincarnation, they have to have another Lightsworn. Oh my god, this is so... How is it so stressful? How is this matchup so stressful? It can't be that bad. The deck is just Get It Twisted Ishizu tier from 13 years ago. Ooh. I love me some Thestalos off the top. Snipe that card real fast. A Solar Recharge, so it's not a Raikou. What is it then? A Zombie Master. Okay, they can bring that back, but... Hands off the keyboard. Please surrender. Please. For the love of God. I mean, you can, like, bring back the Zombie Master with Mizuki and set a monster, but... Okay. Oh, God. This deck is so scary to play against. I hate this. I hate it here. I hate it here. Okay, I think the deck we have, though, is fine. I mean, we have, like... We have 3 DD Crows as well. To, like, feel a little bit safer, but we just didn't draw any. Remains the same statement. We still didn't find any. Oh, not charge. Okay, just the Necroguard. No, that's fine. That's fine. It's annoying, but that's no pressure, at least. That's no pressure. Would Light and Darkness Dragon be good in this deck? It would not be bad, for sure, yeah. It would be okay. Normal summon Aaron. I'm gonna brain control the shit out of that. Alright. Mills nothing. Oh, Pog. Oh. Give me that. Give me that Aaron right now. Now let me take something out that hand. Let me take a JD out that hand, like a juicy 800 burn from JD, maybe. I mean, that's okay. It's a good hit. I'm forced to attack here. If they have Gorse, they can go like Needlebug's Nest and do that. But like I am too scared of this deck to not attack. Like we need to race it basically. I'm almost tempted to also set enemy controller because like the deck can apply so much pressure. I'm setting enemy. Yeah, there's Needlebug's Nest. No wolf. That's one wolf. It could be worse. It could be worse. It really could be. Because they didn't hit a Vayu. They have 4 darks. They only have 3 Lightsworns. It could really be worse. Boss champ. There is Honest in the deck. So that is something that'd be really annoying here if they like crash and Honest me, because then I'm locked out of my Treeborns because I set enemy. So I do think I enemy this because it telegraphs Honest. Wait. Okay, well, I guess then not. Special JD, I suppose. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess I take it so they don't mill. I think that's how it works. Does it? I'm not sure if that's how... I've never had this happen, actually. I think they can still mill, actually. Yeah. Okay, they get that. We might lose to the full Gamba deck this time around. Couldn't you wait till they paid cost? They did pay 1,000 for it. RP Barra, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. Welcome back. DD Crow mod check. All right. We live, but only barely. Mill 8, feel great. A Wolf, a Blake. Okay, there's like almost no shot we can win this. You are just right in time, Vanity's Fiend. Really, very nice. My god. Dude. Econ would have done it. Econ would have done it. No, they had Necroguard now, but Econ would have still been insane because I can Econ take, blow up the field, Testalos take their last card in hand, and then maybe win from there. I'm not sure, but we really needed to draw a DD Crow. We really needed to draw a DD Crow there. Okay. I think I'm gonna keep working on a deck like this for Edison. I like it. I think the Turbo Rocket Turbo Cannon idea is really cool. I'm not sure if it's better than just regular Frog Monarchs, but it's kind of a fun twist to the deck. It's a fun twist to the deck. All right. We're not ending it right away. We are not ending it right away because I do want to repeat. Real quick. If you are into Edison Format, or that stream made you want to check it out, and you are from Germany or anywhere close to Germany, I am hosting an Edison Tournament format for the first time next month. It's going to be the first tournament where I'm involved in like hosting and whatnot, and I'm really excited for it. I think it's going to be great. It's going to be in Karlsruhe, Germany. And if you want to take part, there's going to be a PlayStation 5 for first place and some other cool prizes. You can go !Edison in the chat to get the link to the signups. So I will be there. It will also be streamed. So if you cannot make it, don't worry. It'll be on this channel right here. On my channel on Twitch is where we will stream all the action. So, you know, if you enjoy the content and you want to check out the stream, make sure to follow the channel as well. That's free and would mean a lot to me. But what would mean even more to me is if you come say hi and play the event. Even if you're not playing Edison yet, I think it's a great time to start. A lot of people are starting to get into it. Decks are not that expensive. There's a lot of cheap options because it's a lot of old cards. Most of the stuff is available in common. I think you will find something that you can afford. It's really fun, and I really hope we can fill out the venue for this event. You have some time to sign up. I don't think there's a time until the sign up closes. I think you can just sign up whenever. Until tickets are sold out. I think the current plan is that there is room for 200 players, which I really hope we can get. That'd be huge. I think if we could get an IRL Edison tournament going with 200 people, that would mean a lot for maybe the future of like Time Wizard events. I think that would be insane. And if we get a good turnout on this, I'm pretty sure we're gonna do more tournaments in the future. So if you're from anywhere around Germany or anywhere close to Karlsruhe and you want to check out the tournament, !Edison, or you know what, I'll just throw you the link right now. And of course, if it's too far for you, I totally understand. Once again, it will be streamed on this very channel. So if you like to watch Edison, then you can also follow all the action on the channel here. It is the 22nd of April. Just in case I didn't say that, you still have over 1.5 months to look into it, to plan it. And if you have time, I would really appreciate if you came by and played the tournament. I think it's great. I really think these alternative Yu-Gi-Oh formats deserve a lot more love, even though they are getting very popular recently, so they do get a lot of love. But I personally like it so much that I think it deserves even more. So check it out. Are you playing? I will be either playing or commentating. We haven't decided it yet. There's like different versions. We are still working on it. It will be streamed 100%. The question is just like, will I commentate or will I play? They also suggested that I could be the feature match all day. Like they always film my table. And I play a cool deck that like everyone likes to watch, and then I get different matchups in there and as well. And like since it's on my channel, you get to see me play the entire day, which I also wouldn't mind. It's not been decided yet. It's not final. But once again, if you want to check out the tournament either on Twitch or IRL and come by, !Edison, 22nd of April. Mark the date in Karlsruhe, and I hope to see as many of you there or in the Twitch chat as possible. But that'll be it for today. That will be it for today. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I had a lot of fun. I know the numbers haven't been as good as when I do normal TCG, and don't worry, normal TCG will still be my main form of content. Don't worry. It'll never be completely replaced by Edison. But if there is interest in this, if there is interest in me doing this from time to time, I really do like making content for this and playing it on live stream because I just think it's very fun. I love this. I love this old stuff. It makes me feel very nostalgic because I've been around back then. So if people enjoy to watch it, I'm always very happy to stream it. And I'm sure there's enough people who are in the same boat. Like maybe there's a bunch of people who don't like modern Yu-Gi-Oh, but they really like Edison. And like I think we'll manage. I think we'll manage to bring you some alternative format content from time to time. Without further ado, that'll be it for today. Once again, if you're not followed yet, make sure to follow the channel. Thank you all so much for all the follows and all the subs today. Your support means the world to me. I'm going to send you guys over to Distant Coder's subathon. I think it's still going. I hope it's still going. And hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a great rest of your day. And I hope to see you guys again tomorrow when we will return to some more modern stuff. Tomorrow is the day that I think they released the Ishizu cards in Master Duel. So we're going to check that out tomorrow. Hey, so hope you have a great rest of your day. Say hello to Distant Coder. Check out the rest of the subathon, and